but there's never no bids. But try to stop talking about kids. You go from number one to nothing at all in just a blink. Oh, why do you think? Oh, I wish I was my best friend instead. In a happy day, he got away. He got away.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Alright everybody, welcome back. I am a little early tonight. I apologize if you guys were rushed or didn't finish your evening meal or whatever, but you know, why wouldn't I start a little early? There's no reason why not. Just do it. Let's just do it. It's going to be a chill stream, guys. We'll get some people coming up soon. Maybe we'll have a little bit of a panel go on. You know, no debating or anything. We're just going to shoot the shit. Have a great time. Agrillipus, I used to be about an hour and a half from Pikes Peak myself. I used to live. I had a home for a long time just outside of Denver in Aurora, and then. And before that, or pardon me, not before that, but I worked in and out of Denver for a while. So it was a good time. I used to enjoy going to Pikes Peak and Colorado Springs and all that. I actually liked Colorado 15 years ago. But pretty much right around 2014, Colorado started just taking a dive, and couldn't live there anymore. So this is what it is. I hope you ladies and gentlemen are doing well tonight. I didn't actually promote myself tonight. I was goofing off. I slacking. You know how it is. Should go do that now. Yeah. Yeah. I have an IWI. I have a bunch of IWI guns. Yeah. Yeah. Colorado Springs is it's interesting. Part of it is, it was getting better there for a while, to be honest with you. I actually thought it was Colorado Springs was like turning into a pretty nice city, and then it turns right back down the hill again. It's terrible. It's terrible. Just terrible. But I'm gonna go spam these links out since I am a little early. The Galil Ace is absolutely awesome in 5.56. Like if you get a Galil Ace in 5.56, you have like the perfect gun. That's what's up. Yeah. Yeah, it could be all the temp companies. I don't know. I haven't really. I don't actually have a good reason why it seems like that. For whatever reason, it does indeed suck. In Colorado Springs, it was turning into such a nice town, and then it went right back off the cliff again. All right. Let me get ready to spam this link out. How you doing, Abe? I see you lurking around out there. How's your world, man? How you doing? Doing all right? Well, unfortunately, all the Colorado cities are turning into California cities, so it's unfortunate, but it just is the way it is, guys. I hate to tell you, that's just the way it is. So, yeah. What a week we've had, guys. Got a weekend review. We'll do a kind of a weekend review here. I mean, it's just been kind of crazy, man. Kind of nuts. So, it's kind of cool, but kind of not cool at the same time. It was cool that Brian dropped in last night. It was pretty neat, pretty rad. I need to, I really got to get my, I really got to finish, working on the channel here, get it lined out, get the growth going again. And so, it'll be good there. Be really good. Yeah. A lot of stuff, man. Newton, you bought a laptop, used to a MacBook. Microsoft takes forever to set up. Mine takes seconds. But I've been Google and Android and all that for a while now. So, I didn't want our future overlords to think I was being unfaithful when Google takes over the world. So, I think they're going to. You just paid your property off there? What's good? Now it's an asset, not a liability. Just going to shill here everywhere that I can. Just out there throwing down the links. Hanging out. Putting them out there where we can be seen. Hi, Mrs. D. How are you? It's so good to see you. Mrs. D is such a good guest. I really like Mrs. D. Yeah. It's a chill stream, is what it is. We're just going to talk about whatever. I don't care. Doesn't matter. I don't have any agenda tonight. No show notes. I'm not Brian over here throwing out the show notes. Just living in everybody else's world. Have everybody in here to chill, to engage in discourse. Of some kind. You're looking at wholesale real estate? Yeah. Where are you at, Midnight Duton? Aren't you up in like the Northwest somewhere? Yeah, like the Pac West. Some Oregon or some shit. Wisconsin. Okay. It's not so bad. Yeah. I actually gonna go to Oshkosh next year. I know, right? Cheese and beer. That's what's up. Cheese and beer. I don't drink though. Never have. Never have drank. I'm gonna go to Oshkosh next year for AirVenture. It's the largest the largest air show in the world. Good evening, Mr. Mister. Welcome back. Welcome back to the show. Everybody that's just coming on in now, this is a chill stream. We're taking it down a notch tonight. If you want a link to come up, throw something down over in the waiting room, or say something online here. We can talk about it. If you've had a problem with anything we've talked about all week and you just didn't get a chance to confront me on it, come on up. Why not? You want to come up and say something. If you're EB3 hiding in the chat as part of a as under an alias, you can come up too. You're not banned here. I don't know why you think you're banned. You're banned from my Discord because you're a spamaholic, and but you're not banned here. I mean, not yet anyway. It could happen. It could happen. If you piss the mods off, you never know. Those guys, the mods, I got the best mods, but, I don't really get in their way on some of this stuff. But in general, we do not ban anyone. Just one of those things. So, and if you are, just, it's just one of those things, and guys, remember, you coming up tonight, we're going to have a good time and talk. Going to enjoy our evening for sure. 100%, Yeah. I really do now have, EOD. I'm going to go over why my mods are the best in just a second. But here, let's go with this.
Folks, we're here to talk about Grid Motorsports. Tremendous streamer. Absolutely tremendous. People are saying, and these are very smart people, the best people, they're saying Grid folded EB3 in a debate, not once, but twice. Totally destroyed that son of a bitch. The man was broken, completely broken. Grid is very rich, folks. Very, very rich. He's got vehicles. He's got planes. He's got bitches more than anybody. Maybe more than me, maybe not. But a lot.
Yeah, the man knows. The man knows what he knows. EOD, you can come up and hang out, man. Although I am streaming, I could kill the Twitch stream or something. That is pretty good, right? That is a fan. That's a fan clip. Somebody sent that in to me. They made that for me. I always appreciate that. And this is actually EOD. This is why I have the best mods. My mods are just like the audience. They understand what the audience is all about. They've been there. They understand it. They're men, and I think we have Kissy Cat's a mod. She's not a man, but Michelle's a mod. She's not a man. I don't know. Jake Rattlesnake has like a couple of really good mods, but to be honest with you, I think my mods are pretty damn good. So, yeah. I don't know if you need a new device, Agrippus. But yeah. Most of the mods are men and women in the same situation that everyone else is in. Everything I talk about, they understand because they've seen it. They've been there. They've done it. That's what's up. Yeah. Yeah, I think the stream's doing pretty good tonight. I do have a Starlink that I'm going to put as my backup. I'm just trying to figure out which plan to go with. Hello, Naomi. How are you? We were just talking about the mods, and a wild one does appear. Guys, if you don't know it, Naomi's been putting some of her horse content on her channel or Mikey's channel, and I don't remember where, but it's out there. And if you like horses, you can see that. What's up, Mikey? I see you out there, my friend. I see you. Good to see you. It's a chill stream, folks. If you want the link, if you want to come up and chat, have a great time. The link is in the mod chat. You go over to the waiting room. I'm actually going to open the waiting room right now so I can see it out of the corner of my eye. I can see it. Admiral Gibbs. Anyone not watching college football is gay. Actually, I believe that anyone watching young men run around on a field in tight pants has got some homoerotic fantasies, and therefore that's a problem. That could be a problem. I don't know. I heard some interesting stuff about Destiny's court case today. It's really interesting from the viewpoint of a lawyer. Thank you for the $2, Admiral Gibbs. Good to see you. Good to see you. Made by Landon. What did you say? I missed something that Made by Landon said. He's over in the Twitch streaming. I may not have gotten that Twitch comment. How you doing, Admiral Gibbs? How you doing, my friend? I actually I was listening to a lawyer today who reviews a lot of the stuff that goes on in Streamerland, and people clapping back at people and suing people and that kind of stuff. Hey, Thumping Weevil, we're open now, Thumping Weevil. If you'd like to come up, the procedure is I don't pin the link normally. So what I do is I just have you go over to the Discord, and you just and you say, hey, I want a link in the waiting room. And a mod will send you the waiting room. I mean, send you the link via DM. This is Roar Racing. It's my friend in Grand Island, Nebraska. It has Roar Racing. Pronounced roar, I don't know. Anyway, if it isn't the Dapper, I didn't bring that one out tonight. Sorry, Naomi. I have another. I have another hat. You want one? I don't know that he makes them anymore. I'll see if he's got some. He might have a box of them. I think he even had some pink ones. I'll see. I bet he probably has some pink ones left. I'll ask him. He's a good friend of mine. And he's a good guy. He's such a good guy. So, yeah. So, at any rate, I am watching the waiting room. If you have my direct DM, you're welcome to just hit me up directly via DM on Discord, and I'll throw you the link. I got it copied. Confluence. I start at 8 Central Time. So just show up at 8 Central Time, and we'll fire up and we'll have it out. Have a great debate. So, and you're welcome to come up tonight and chat. Confluence. You really didn't get a chance to talk or anything yesterday, so you're welcome to tonight. So 8 Central Time though on Wednesday. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there may not be a show Monday. Monday might be a problem because Monday is Labor Day, and it looks like I'm going to be in the Smoky Mountains, probably going to go to a water park or something for the last time of the year, or maybe drive some go-karts around. I don't really know. So, it is what it is. But anyway, so I was listening to this lawyer guy today, and he reviews a lot of like this high-level stuff that streamers get themselves into, like Destiny, for example. And the problem comes in so Destiny's having a conversation, probably because streamers, for whatever reason, a lot of streamers just can't keep their damn mouths shut. They just can't. I mean, you think they could, but they really can't. And so he's talking to this guy, and he shares some stuff with him. And the guy's like, why did you not get rid of it? Destiny says, well, I can't get rid of it. It's evidence if I get rid of it that, there's a problem legally. Well, the problem is that because he talks to this guy about it, first of all, it negates attorney-client privilege, because now this is no longer privileged information. There's now a third party. Any third party involved negates attorney-client privilege. That's bad. The other problem is that now this other person has it. They're not held to any standard, and they can release it to whoever they want, which, by the way, they did. Now, once it was released, the prosecutors now go to the attorney. Now, the attorney no longer has attorney-client privilege, so the prosecutors are allowed to investigate, and the attorney has to turn over the evidence that they know about. It's all bad for Destiny. He is currently being investigated criminally. Like, this is serious shit. Like, this isn't people. They aren't fucking around on this game. Like, this is serious shit. And I don't see it going well for Destiny. I mean, it's one of those things where you'd like to think that that something would happen, but I'm telling you, this one's probably not gonna end well for the old boy. What's up, effing epic? How are you, sir? Destiny is a weird simp. I used to like his content, but he's a moron now. Yeah, I don't know if he's a moron. Yeah, Otis Driftwood, you have the right to remain silent. Use it. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, applesauce, right? Well, and even if he needed to, let it out, he should have gone to his fucking lawyer, his legal team, and said, look, I got this stuff. So now, all right, so out on a limb, so the way that, all right, so you understand what was going on with Pixie. So in addition to that, he was apparently sexting with I think it's going to come out that this is a porn star or an OF girl. It's someone like that. And he sends her videos. What's up, Glenn Lawrence? How are you? I didn't realize Glenn Lawrence was awake. Figured he'd be asleep after the day he had yesterday. But good on it. Give me 1 second. We'll get back into it. I apologize. Naomi throwing it down. $4.99. Send in those supers. That's right. Please do so. It does help out. It really does. I don't know what happened to something's going on with my Streamlabs. I'm going to have to fix it. It doesn't do what it was doing. So anyway, so that person, the OF girl, apparently, or porn star, whatever she was, she apparently decided just to leak or she was hacked. The rumor now is that she was hacked, and that's how this stuff got out. Thank you very much again, Naomi. That's a win. That's a W. So So Destiny's in the middle of one court case, a civil case, where he's being sued for sending out illicit video, right? And other things. And now it comes out that he has. So there's all right. So let me back up. So there's this. Apparently, the claim is that the other person got hacked, and so some of it's out in the world, right? And I don't know if they were able to clear the hack. I don't really know. So then they found out that one of the apparently one of the young ladies in the video with him, with Destiny, was underage. Now, the one that they're really talking about is this Rose person. I don't know if her name is actually Rose. I don't know. Apparently, Rose was 17. Nobody has actually declared her age yet. All kinds of documentation has been chased down, but nobody's actually said this is how old this chick was when all this was going on. And I got you, Kel. I mean, I got you, Naomi. I got you. Hang on one second. Let me find that. Right, it's right.
I'll give you.
Bro, I'm obviously not. I told you like multiple times that
I'll give you.
Bro, I'm obviously not. I told you like multiple times that I'm not fucking like gonna.
I got you, Naomi. Got you. There we go. All right. So, at any rate, all right. So all of this stuff's floating around. Destiny feels the need to talk to another streamer, sends him the videos and stuff like that. Now this is something that the police can actually investigate. They are investigating it criminally. Destiny's in a lot of hot water. Look, I don't, I can't say I like the guy, but at the same time, I don't dislike him. I don't think, any, I don't think there should be any ill will, like that. I don't think, he should go. I mean, he should probably go to jail, obviously, if he needs to go to jail, but bruh, this is some pretty serious stuff, guys. Like, this is not playing around. And so I don't know. Kind of feel bad for the guy, kind of don't, to be honest. So I don't know. Yeah. Anson can't be fixed. Yeah, he's a little old. He's a little old. Kel isn't a horse girl. We fix men. The horse girls are honestly my experience with horse girls has been less than satisfactory overall. I basically, you couldn't throw out a bigger red flag to me. Now, I'm not, I'm just saying that, for me, it's a big deal, but yeah. Top tier horse girl. All right. Believe that. Yeah. Anyway. No other horse girl is better. Okay. Well, we have Jess, the other Jess, not the evil Jess. So. I can't tell if somebody's trying to talk to me or what. My Discord keeps going off. I don't know what's up. I figured somebody'd be up here by now. I figured Glenn Lawrence would pop up. Something. But all is quiet on the Western Front. Sheep girls are hot. I don't know about that. I think that I've never thought of such a thing as sheep girls. So that's new. But it is what it is. So. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Glenn may be busy. Oh, you can't find. I got you, Thumping Weevil. I apologize. I didn't real. Never mind. That's my bad. I'm so sorry. I got you. Pygmy goats. I have survived horse ladies. What is up, Nuxus? If you want it, it's a chill stream, so it's a night I do a kind of semi-open panel all night, and you're welcome to come up. I'm not doing a monologue tonight. I'm just kind of sitting here bitching and bullshitting. Agrilla Polis doing yeoman's work out there, tending to children, lurking and listening, not complaining. They keep him in line. That's all right. That'd be cool. That's okay, Agrilla. That is absolutely fine, man. Take care of your kids. Again, guys, I don't think I'm going to be available. I don't think we'll have a show Monday unless something weird happens and I come back early. Right now, it seems like I'm going to be out of town, and I'm not taking any of my streaming shit with me this time. And so it's just gonna. Yeah, we're just probably won't have a stream Monday. I might do a stream Tuesday to make up for it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it is. Kat can come up, obviously. Anybody can come up tonight that has been vetted. Obviously, I don't want someone to just like jump up here and P-bomb me right out of the corn bomb, whatever you call it, right out of the gate. Nobody wants that, especially me. My man.
At Agralepolis donated $20 super chat.
TTS.
Thank you for the grift.
That's right. TTS is back. That's what's up. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm waiting. Jeff Bass. I don't know who Jeff Bass is. I'm not interviewing anyone. I'm going on a family trip. I think that's how it's going to work. I do think it's a really interesting thing about the lawyer's comments on what on where oh yeah, Glenn's interviewing him. Yeah. Glenn's doing a lot of cool stuff in Vegas this week. Yeah, got to pop into Discord right quick, see who's there. Nobody's there. That's what's up. Glenn is interviewing Tom McDonald, and he's interviewing some other people. Tom McDonald is the conservative version of Eminem, basically. I think. I don't know. I'm not up on the rap stuff, dudes. Yeah, calm down, Arthur Diane. What's up? Calm down. Yeah, it is a huge deal. Vegas is weird. That's weird. He also did a interview last night with Gia McCool. We did one in Florida, but it didn't come out very well, so we're going to see how that works. What's up, Triple B? How you doing? Yeah, so anybody that wants to come up and chat, hang out, challenge me to a battle of wits, entertain me with sad stories or exciting stories, I don't care. My friend Cat GPT, Kissy Cat, how are you?
I'm good, Griff. How are you? I came to stay today.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Lawrence is out in the chat. So.
Is he going to come help?
I'm sorry?
Is he going to come help save today?
I sent him the link. He's got the link, and I think Thumping Weevil may have the link by now. If not, we'll get it. We'll get Thumping Weevil the link.
I've seen Thumping Weevil up on Sarah's before.
Yeah. I think somebody else told me she had been around for a while, so I'm excited to have Thumping Weevil up. So,
hey, Chrissy.
How's your house building going?
Oh, it's going, I reckon.
Yeah, feeling better tonight? No headache?
I'm feeling a lot better.
Good, excellent, very good.
Yeah, so my original contractor had taken so long to stack the logs for my log home that they discolored. So I found a guy to clean and sand them, and now they look good again. So I'm happy about that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's cool. What do you have you caught most of the shows this week? I know you don't normally catch the daytime ones, so I'm kind of curious.
I mean, here and there. What you asking about?
I just wanted to get your impression of how the show, what you thought about how the week went.
Went great. No, you had some interesting shows this week.
Good. I'm hoping they're interesting. So basically, last week we had about this time last week, we had the whole thing with Flow State and Jess and all of that nonsense.
Yeah, I didn't like that one.
Yeah, I said that, that was the end of it because I had said all I was going to say. I'd proven that everyone was lying, and that was the end of it. And that's what I did all week. I didn't care anything more about it. And that's going to wait. That's the way it's going to stay. So,
well, good.
So you like the hat, huh?
Yeah, I like the hat. That's cool.
Yeah, let's see if he's. I'll have to see if he's online at some point. I'll see if I can't get him to give you a hat.
That would be sweet.
Yeah. I the last time I was in Grand Island, he gave me a stack of them for my kid and my wife. So, yeah. Triple B, I agree. I don't like the drama either, but I don't run from it. Like if people are going to come at me, I'm just going to stop that nonsense and, or try. Right. And I pissed some people off doing it, but that's all right. So.
Piker says I don't like the hat, but I do like the hat.
I think we have a white, like camouflage pattern one.
Oh, that's
That
badass.
yeah, I think my wife has it, and then my son has one, but I don't remember what it looks like. So I'll figure it out. I'm sure he has one. We call him Shaggy because he looks like he looks like a cartoon character.
Well, I would appreciate it. I really like it.
On the live stream through. All right, let me go to Discord. Let me see if I can find Thumping Weevil. It's probably on the stream alerts. There we go. You're just in the wrong place, but I got you. You now have the link.
Oh, okay, you're sending it to her. Okay.
Yeah. And then are you all set for Nashville?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I still have to find a house to rent, but I mean, I'm ready.
You gonna rent a house?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna rent a house for me, I reckon.
Right down, like walking distance to the venue that I'm renting, there's a hotel, the Virgin Nashville. It is obviously it's run Richard Branson Virgin Airlines and all that.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like a stipulation to stay there or something.
No. But it's a crazy cool hotel. It's a little on the pricey side, but it's right down the street, right?
Okay, maybe I'll stay there.
Like 20 or 25 minutes, but you can get. I think they have 3 different sizes of suites that you can get, so pretty cool.
I'll get the big poppy suite.
Yeah, that's what you need. The big cat daddy suite.
That's me, cat daddy over here. Oh my god.
It's funny.
Oh, Parker telling me to calm down. Okay, I'm calming down.
I haven't seen you. I haven't seen you around so much lately. I've been I was like, man, did I piss Kissy Cat off? That's hard to do.
No, I'm just busy, I reckon.
Yeah. I was listening to Jim Bob earlier, and you super chatted him and said something corny, and I was like, what is she talking about?
So I'm trying. So you know in Nashville how you can get like custom cowboy hats made?
Yeah.
Okay, so Jim Bob on his
great job.
Yeah. So sometimes Jim Bob wears this hat on his string that's got a big eagle on it, and it's really funny. So I'm trying to talk him into having a custom cowboy hat with an eagle made when we're all in Nashville.
I've actually considered having a custom hat made by the Wild Hats in Kentucky, and they do some really rad stuff. And I just can't I don't really want a cowboy hat, so I'm looking at like a fedora.
Okay.
And with just kind of more me, like really custom to me. But I haven't really decided what I want or anything.
A dapper dude.
Yeah, I like fedoras. I got one.
Oh yeah, I like that. I think I told you I like that hat before.
Yeah, I look good in a fedora. So
maybe I'll get a cowgirl hat.
Yeah, you definitely need one of the Nashville.
Yeehaw, right?
The Nashville Bachelorette Party official cowboy hat. That's what you need.
Are we going to go on the little bicycle that everyone sits at the table and pedals? Have you seen that thing?
Uh-huh. Hey, we've got Thumping Weevil. Yeah, I look good.
Hey, Weevil.
How's it going?
I'll get a cowgirl hat.
It's going.
Good, how are you?
You definitely need one of the Nashville.
You may need to mute your actual YouTube video.
Bachelorette Party official cowboy hat. That's what you need. Yeah, if you've got the stream open, mute the stream and then you can hear it. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
I can't hear it on my laptop for some reason.
Check where it says
Hold on.
mute down there. There's a little tab next to it. click that, and then it'll bring up your sound, and just make sure you've selected the right speaker. I actually have a
Where do
Hawk Tua
I
hat.
get the sound?
Stand by. I'll go get it.
Oh my gosh.
Actually, while they're doing that, I'm gonna go get my Hawk Tua hat. Stand by.
Hold on.
Well, I guess I'll entertain the chat while Grid goes to get his Hawk Tua hat.
Oh.
How's everybody out in the chat doing? It's good to see y'all.
Yep, that was really entertaining. That's for sure.
So,
I'm sorry, Grid. I'm not very entertaining.
That's all right. That's all right.
I'm a very awkward person.
Hawk Tua signed, of
whoa.
course.
All right, I can hear you guys now. So
Okay, good.
it was delayed. I'm watching on my phone, and I had to get my laptop all set up, and I couldn't hear it on here. So I'm like, it's delayed. But
That's okay. That's all good. No
well, thanks
problem.
for having me on. I've never been on one of your shows. I've been on a few of the Raging Tomato.
Uh-huh.
That's kind of where I found you from, because I saw you, I think, a couple times on there.
Oh yeah. I used to go on there more, but I have a pretty strict schedule
Yeah.
where I'm only on specific times, because otherwise I don't get anything else done. In fact, I'm like 4 emails behind right now that I really need to get done, but that's okay.
Yeah.
They'll wait till Tuesday, maybe.
No. Sorry, my cat's trying to go across my keyboard now.
That's okay.
So, Weevil, do you like to get in on debates a lot?
Well, I'm fairly new at it, so I'm on the best of debates. I'm trying to get into it. I've been on a few of hers. There's just certain topics that I don't really care for that I haven't jumped on.
Mm-hmm.
Like
so
what?
you were in here last night watching, weren't you?
Yeah, I was. Hold on 1 minute. 1 minute, please.
Okay.
Here you go, Kat. Here's this is also a Hawk Tua hat. Also
Oh,
signed.
we're having a hat fashion show, Grid.
So my hats that are coming out, actually the store should go live this next week. I've got the leather patch, but mine are the man card hat, obviously.
Okay, cool. I don't have any hats with me. I'm out of town right now, so I don't have any hats with me. Sorry, I can't do a fashion show.
It's okay. I like doing a hat dance.
I love that. I need to get a lot more myself.
I have like decades worth of hats.
Well, I'm hoping to get a raw racing one here pretty soon.
I'll talk to Shaggy and get you one.
I've ruined a lot of hats with all the sweat and stuff before I had my last kid, because I used to do carpentry, but I did like a lot of building as well, working out here, because I live here in Florida, and it's brutal.
Oh yeah.
Can you get a free hat for being awesome? Possibly. I'm not actually quite bald yet. So, I mean, I'm getting there. I'm old, so, got to factor that in.
Yeah.
I'm not bald yet. I got my hairs did.
Yeah.
Yep, sure did.
That's awesome. It's so awesome that you literally say it that way. I got my hairs did. That's just awesome. So, Weevil, what subjects do you not like the idea of debating?
Well, like last night, I was watching the evolution. There's so many theories and there's so many ways you can fight evolution. And I'm not going to argue with people that have their mindset on things. I'm not going to debate people that are just, they're not listening to, come back. They're just listening to respond at that point. They're not listening to kind of rejoice any information. They're just listening to get their word out and get their version out. So I just, like evolution, for example, I would not get on that.
Okay.
But Like I
Okay.
said, I'm still learning the whole new debate world and trying to get on as many as I can. Like I like watching your videos. I saw your last night was the first one I saw. I really like how you did the one-on-one and you chose the topic. That was pretty cool. I would have jumped on, but I think I would have been a little bit too nervous. So I just kind of stayed back and just watched.
Yeah, I mean, the entire idea of my specific show is to at least attempt to have people, especially new people, learn how, just refine their debate technique, right?
Yeah.
So that it's, and it goes really fast. And in theory, we could do more debates, but an evening. But we just at this point, we just really haven't. I guess we really haven't tried. We talk a lot in between each debates, and
which is honestly pretty good because when you get to far into something, it's just kind of overlapping. People just yelling over everybody, and then the subject gets lost like far into the stream, and it's just really hard to focus on one thing. When you have 6 or more people and somebody says a subject or has an opinion on something, then they don't get a word out, and then you're already on something else. So it's just kind of hard. And I like that one-on-one, and you choose something, and then you come back to it afterwards, and then you're kind of rating people like who won this, who won that.
We're definitely deciding a winner. I think what makes us a little bit different is rather than just I think I've been on actually now a lot of these type of dating shows. It used to be that there's only one that I knew about, and I've been accused of copying them. I didn't really copy them, but that's okay. They can accuse me of that.
Yeah.
But now I've been on the on the ones on a couple of the ones on Twitch now. I actually went over and was on Kissy Cat. Do you remember that night we were over on what was that weird girl's name? Cute something. Did you watch that stream, Kissy Cat?
I probably did. I get like all bored with certain people that you debate against.
I know. So this wasn't even a real debate. This was a panel debate where it was, it was basically a popularity contest, and it's really a stupid. It's not even a debate.
No, I do remember that. Like, was it the one where there were 2 girls?
Yeah, it was Enemy Charlie and Cute, and they had the boobs all hanging out, and they were running it like they run. Yeah, they're running it like the dating show, right?
Oh.
Yeah, they do a dating show like every week or a couple of times a week, and they run their debate show kind of the same way. And so it was stupid, but I've seen that style now. I've seen a couple of different ways of doing it. The way that I do it is unique, and I like it, and hopefully we can grow it a little more.
Yeah, I personally liked it. It was my first time watching, and I thought it was a really good idea. Bringing the one-on-one in certain subjects. It's not the same thing floating over and over again. So.
Yeah, you gotta come up because they'll like. I know maybe the guys seem a little harsh when they're judging sometimes, but if they know you're new, they won't be total assholes.
Well, I mean, I don't want them to go easy on me either.
I want them to go easy on me. I
mean, as long as they're not bashing me from the get-go, but it's I'm still gonna stumble upon my words, and I still like right now, like I get nervous just knowing that I'm live. I'm not just doing a video for myself. It's multiple people watching, so it's just something that my nerves have to get used to as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think I think the way that it ends up working out is that you just show up and you do your best, and then you try and learn something. And if you can't learn something, that's fine. It's not like a requirement or anything, but it's helpful if you learn something. And there's and it's just fun. And it's also a way, because I don't like to really grift. I know you've been on the shows where everyone says, You know, they have the mods, you know, constantly, you know, send in the donos, send in the, which my mods do that, but not like, they're not on a 15-minute schedule. And you know, they're not aggressive about it. And I'm not aggressive. I forget all the time to even talk about, you know, grifting or whatever. But, and I get talked to all the time. Like I have other people that come on the show. I have, you know, members of the chat. I have people like, you need to grift more. You should be doing this more. And I'm like, well, I mean, I do. And you know, but the best point was made that, you know, this takes time out of my day and time out of my life, and, you know, should get something out of it. And that's right. That I should. And so that's really the only, and so rather than me sit here and, you know, just ask every day and for donos, the way the show is set up is it kind of provides a mechanism for that, so that I feel like that the chat is getting donors are getting something out of it, right? Like I feel like that it's more even. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
well, I like the ones like the Raging Tomato. She interacts with people that donate, and she reacts with the people that are doing super chats and stuff like that, just like you were last night. I've been in the chat on some other live streams, and no matter what you do, they're not going to interact with you, which kind of makes you feel like, you know, it's expected of you. And I don't really like that. So I really like that if you're in the chat and they want to dono you, then you're going to interact. You know, they're going to get something out of it. You know, it's just nice hearing some people like read your comment. Like, even if you have a comment to say, it's nice to have it read.
Yeah. Sometimes the mods get on to me about just reading random comments and not setting dono goals. And there's like a dozen things that my moderators feel like I should be doing, but I'm not. But it's fine.
I think it's going just fine with the way that you're doing it. But yeah. But I'm
just a moderator for aesthetics. I'm not a real moderator.
Yeah, she's the token female moderator. We have an actual female moderator that actually moderates. We have 2 of those, and then we needed a set. It has to be 3. So
I guess I took one for the team. I guess.
That is funny.
Yeah.
So what are some of your favorite debates, like your favorite subjects that you like to go off of personally yourself?
I tend to. I'm pretty flexible. I don't really care. I'll debate almost anything. Lately, I've debated a lot of politics. I've debated a lot of policy. I've debated. Huh?
Bleh.
Bleh. Yeah.
I like the social stuff.
I know. I've been trying to get people to move more back towards the social stuff, but the problem is everybody gets so far in their feels when we start talking about the social stuff.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
Oh, I love it when everyone gets in their fifis.
I think that's what makes it great.
And then I just, send in donos and make them dance like a bunch of monkeys on the panel.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Agrillipus, I don't have one. I don't have, like everybody else has a dono goal. I don't have a dono goal. I don't have a daily dono goal.
Yeah.
I should, Yeah,
I didn't realize last night because I don't know what part it was, but I think it was the last couple that you had to have 2 more people go at the end. Yeah. And I donated. I was like, I wanted Ryan and
Cleaner.
Yeah, Cleaner.
I was waiting for you to come back so you could pick somebody else. I was like, please come back. And then
towards the end, like around midnight is usually my cutoff time because I'm still a mom. I got a baby, sure. So I have to get some kind of sleep at night.
Yeah. Maybe I need a goal. The funny thing about it is basically my entire life is about goals. like I talked to my son about setting and achieving goals and evaluating, you know, why that was a good goal or it was a, you know, a goal that was you set too high, or a goal you know were cheating and didn't set high enough. And I mean, I'm all about goals, but when it comes to dono goals, I'm just not there. I just don't get it. And I probably need a handler in that aspect. You know, I need somebody to be like, hey, you know, and Michelle does it a lot. If Michelle's in, she'll be like, you know, put up a $100 dono goal or something. I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll do that. But
Yeah. Terrible to have, but you know.
Yeah, it's just weird.
Maybe you can start using the little super chat goal, like not like a dollar amount, but just the amount of super chats, maybe.
Yeah, I've tried that a couple of times. You know, again, it's not that I don't want to do it or I have a problem doing it. I just forget to do it because I'm more about doing the show. I'm more about providing a good show, and I'm going
to harass you from the chat.
Sorry, you're going to harass me.
I'm going to harass you from the chat.
I had to give. I gave Michelle the keys, and she was going to be on deck for that. But the problem, or not harassing me, but being able to come in and set those. I don't think she can. So I don't know how to make that happen. I need to figure out how to give those powers to someone so that they can come in and set the dono goals and do all of that while
I've been giving the keys to someone's stream before and accidentally kept ending their stream during the middle of their stream. So I won't say any names or anything. But.
Was it Abe? Was it Abe stream?
Yeah.
That's awesome. It couldn't happen to a nicer guy. He's so even talent, even.
Yeah, he didn't even get mad, but yeah,
I know.
I did it twice.
Even. All right. Triple B, good to see you in the chat. I'm glad you finally. I finally got to see you in the chat. Don't normally get to.
Good night, Tracy.
Yeah, I know. I do. I need to give keys to YouTube. I don't use StreamYard. I use Streamlabs, but same thing, kind of, sort of. But yeah, I could do that. I just haven't. You know, to be honest, I'm running a little bit behind on the channel. On the channel admin stuff, right? Like that's kind of like third tier priority right now for me.
So how long have you been doing debates for? Do you mainly go through YouTube or Discord, I'm assuming?
I will go through Discord if that's what's required. I prefer to do them all on YouTube. So internet debates, I've actually only been debating on the internet since probably Christmas. Before that, I said that well, the problem is that I'm not an internet. I'm really not an internet debater. I had to kind of recalibrate a little bit. So I've debated a lot, but mostly like rules, committees, and findings and things like that. So while I was actually really pretty good at a very specific style of debating.
Yeah.
YouTube debating is all about. It has nothing to do with anything. It's just noise.
Yeah,
so I just have fun with it. I never even get angry. Like people think I get angry, and if you actually really watch, because somebody the other day said I was really angry, and I was laughing the whole time, like I was not mad at all. But if you can actually watch, if you watch my face, you can see the calculation to some degree. You can almost see when I make the decision whether to just kind of be cool or whether to attack, and it's usually really clear. Mm-hmm. And like a week or so ago, I was on panel with this guy Wick, who's a nut job, paid representative for Progressive Victory, even though he says he's not getting paid anymore. I don't believe that. Wick. So Wick had been talking over people all night, I sat there very quietly, listened, took in all the points, and then it was my turn. And so I started talking, and just in the middle of it, Wick starts talking, and I sat there and looked at him, and I was literally like calibrating. Should I just calmly tell him to hey man, just be quiet, I'll get to you, or should I just just come down really hard on him?
Yeah.
And so I told him to shut the fuck up. And well, actually, I asked him if he understood how to shut the fuck up. And and so it's a calibration. It's all dialed in for effect. It's all like what's what do I need the audience to see? What do I need the person apart from me to get out of what I'm about to say? So.
No, it is pretty difficult. I find it hard to. That's why it's kind of hard for me to jump on panels. That's kind of why I was like, I wanted to jump on yours tonight because you just said chill stream, and
yeah, we're just chilling.
Getting on some of these streams just to get a word out, and then you get a word out, and it's just everybody yelling back and forth, and it's noise. Yeah. Like you said, it's all noise. Nobody's getting anywhere. Nobody's making a true point, and it's just it kind of makes it
tough.
It kind of just takes my drive down. Like, I don't want to do it, but I do want to do it. Like, I really enjoy this. I love watching the videos. It gives me something to do. It gives me something like how to project something that I want if I find a subject that I want to discuss.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing because so what I normally do, I don't know if you've seen my other shows. So normally I was doing basically an every other day, 3 times a week daytime show, where it's a 3-hour political and social commentary show. We talked a little bit about business, so it was pretty good show, I think. And then I would do a Monday, Wednesday, and Friday night show that was basically more. Sometimes it was the same as the daytime show, just probably just one or two topics with a couple of guests, and then but sometimes I would do panels or whatever, which I didn't really do a lot of panels, but sometimes I did. And then what is evolved into is I do 2 daytime shows a week and 3 nighttime shows a week, and that's what it is. That's what I do. And the daytime shows are all commentary. I do a monologue if I feel like it. If it's somewhere where I know the monologue's going to end right around the 1.5 to 2 hour mark, then I'll open up and let people come up and chat and go over some of the topics. If not, it's just me talking. And Wednesday night is usually set aside for interviews. This week we're going to have a debate. We're going to host a debate between Beth Mayhew and I forget what was that fellow? Confluence. Yeah.
Look at me.
Well, I'm gonna have to get your schedule down so I can watch some more and hopefully jump on some myself.
Yeah, I'm a very scheduled person. It's weird to me how people just randomly pop up. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, it's crazy. And so and then Friday night I do the debate show, and then Saturday night is almost always a chill stream, unless there's something really cool going on.
Yeah.
Probably once we get big into the election cycle, the schedule could change, but I have so much going on right now. It's tough.
Yeah, I don't blame you. There's a lot going on.
So what other subjects do you not want to debate about, or would not want to debate about? You kind of started down a path, and I started talking, and as always, I overshot.
Honestly, I think it's just it's just the evolution, and maybe when he'll bring up the religion. Like, I'm religious myself, but I'm not going to get into it with a lot of people. My understanding, because that's just I think that's it's like a personal. It's just a personal opinion that people should keep. You can talk about it, but I don't think it's something to debate about, in my opinion. But that's just me. But there's not a lot that I wouldn't debate on. I mean, stuff that I don't know about, I'm not going to jump on, obviously. If I don't know anything about it, then I'm not going to give my 2 cents. I'm not going to have other people listen to me if I don't even know what I'm talking about. But like the last debate I was on was Sarah's, and it was the about the homeschooling, how homeschooling is not exceeding kids. Because I have children. The 2 ladies that were on there was Kel and Paige.
I'm really surprised Kel hasn't jumped on.
Yeah. And it kind of angered me because the 2 women talking about children in schools don't have children themselves. So it's just, I don't know. I jumped on afterwards, and there's a lot of opinions on both sides. There's pros and cons to both sides, public and homeschooling, but that was the last debate I was on. But I mean, if it's a subject that's going to interest me, if I haven't like info on it myself, then of course I'm going to jump on as much as I can. But there's really not a lot that I wouldn't talk about as long as I know something about it.
Okay. All right. What are your favorite things to debate about?
My favorite things? I guess traditional roles. I think I said that last night in the chat too. I wanted people to talk about traditional roles, like kind of modern day stuff. Politics. There's a lot of politic debates that it kind of gets drowned out a lot in my ears, because it's what everybody talks about. It's what my parents talk about all the time. If they call me on the phone, they're always talking about politics. I'm just I know what's going on in the world. I don't need to talk about it 24/7. But I guess modern day traditional roles is something that I really like to hear from people.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. What about you? What's your personal favorite topic
to debate?
Yeah.
I don't really. I don't know. I mean, anything I can bludgeon someone over the head with the facts over, like that's kind of I like. I mean, I don't mind debating 2A. I don't mind debating. I don't mind debating Trump issues. I don't. I mean, really, I don't really. I don't really have like a favorite thing that I'm known to debate, which is and it kind of annoys me when people are known for debating something. Like Non-Fawn is. I don't know if you're familiar with him. He's a really smart kid. He's really sharp. But all he wants to debate is tariffs because he knows them inside and out, and he has he has more information to some degree than other people. He's just gone down the rabbit hole on it. But nobody cared. But it was relevant for like a month.
Yeah, you got to get on something else.
So,
and that's I think that's what's kind of hard for me too, is I'm trying to keep up with everything day to day. I'm on this social media and that social media, reading up on facts and, looking everything up. And it's hard to keep up because there's just something new that pops up multiple times a day. It's not just every other day or, it's good for a week. There's so many things that happen in just one day on social media.
Yeah. So most of the time you kind of argue from your worldview.
Mm-hmm.
So like my worldview is constitutional conservative. I'm a supporter and advocate for the patriarchy.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm capable of arguing in a bunch of different directions based from that worldview. So have you kind of figured out where your worldview is and how that affects the way that you would argue something?
Well, I'm definitely conservative myself. My worldview is that I don't like people shoving. Like, I don't like the fact that, I don't know if I'm going to get hate for this, but, for example, the LGBTQ, whatever it is, you know, all the added curricular. But I don't like how they like to shove it down a lot of people's throats. There's a lot of it still in schools today that shouldn't be in schools. Your sexual orientation should not be in the elementary schools. It shouldn't be in the books. It shouldn't be taught. You know, you're not talking about your gender at that point. You're not talking about that. You're talking about who you want to go in the bedroom with, and that should be not taught around children type stuff. So I just feel I want to protect the children at all costs and things, and whatever's on that right side is the side I'm going to be on.
Okay. All right. I really can't believe nobody else has come up. It was a lot of interest and nobody came up. That's all right.
I heard people are scared of me.
People are scared of you?
Why?
That's what I've heard.
Why?
I guess I'm real mean.
In what world?
You don't sound mean. You don't sound mean.
I know.
Interesting.
I heard it though. That's what I heard.
Okay.
All right. Well, I think I have to jump off. I hear my kids.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you guys.
No worries.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, good to meet you.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I don't know if I blabbed there or not, but you know.
Yeah, you were fine. It was good. Good times.
All right. Well, thanks for having me on. You guys have a good night, okay?
Absolutely. Anson is frightened of Kissy Cat for sure. He says nobody is that nice unless they have bodies, and I don't mean, and he doesn't mean the that kind.
What kind, Grid?
What do you mean?
Oh. Wait, what are we talking about? Which kind of?
So he's saying that. All right, let me put it back up. I'm frightened of Kissy Cat. Nobody is that nice unless they have bodies. He means stacked bodies, not bodies.
Not sexual partners.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So.
Well,
Yeah.
you know,
Could be important.
things happen.
Yeah. That's not what I meant, Cam. That was funny though. So Kissy Cat, how's your head? You had like a bad headache the other night. What happened there? Were you dehydrated or what's up?
No, I just get migraines sometimes. And
Oh wow. I don't know that I've ever actually had a migraine.
I'm happy that you don't know that
Okay.
feeling.
Okay.
I get real bad nausea with mine, but I'm feeling a lot better today. We're good.
Really bad nausea.
Okay.
All right.
I'm good.
What's your take on this Destiny thing? You're a girl. What's your take?
I have no idea what's going on. I'm clueless. I'm just here. What's going on?
You don't know what's going on with
No, I really don't.
Oh, interesting.
Wait, no. Does he? Is he the one? He's got like a lawsuit for like something degenerate, probably.
Yes. So the first thing that happened was, and I talked about this in the beginning, but basically, Pixie apparently agreed to have her have them recorded during sex of various coitus, yes, and then he sent that video to people and did some other bad things. And so she attempted to get him to pay her for it. And he refused, and which he claimed that was extortion, probably was. And then he basically the longer that's being investigated, the more stuff they find. They found that he's, that there was some suspicion that one of the girls that he had been sexting with was that underage. They just don't know how underage. And there have been some really, really bad text leaked of things that he has said, which which probably did not happen, but do not put him in a good light. And now he has gone to somebody in the streamer world, a friend, maybe someone that he had done some work with or something like that. I don't know, but had actually sent him some of the information that he had. All right, so let me back up one little bit. So at some point, Destiny had actually sent this private info to, and by private info, I mean video, audio, text, that he had sent that to some OF girl or porn star or something like that he was sexting with, kind of like, look at what I've done, right? Kind of fucked up, but whatever. Well, that person says, we don't know. I don't know. Legend has it that person got hacked. The stuff got leaked. That's where the video of Destiny sucking dick, that's where that came from.
Oh, he did that. Oh.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Right. And so, yeah, right. So that's all that stuff came out.
I feel like we're just gossiping, Grid, and like.
No, this is like, I was listening to a lawyer today talk about the damage that Destiny's done to his case, because it's like, well, all right. First of all, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, meth is bad. Don't do meth. Don't do drugs.
Yeah.
If you're going to be a degenerate, at least keep your wits about you so you can understand how big a degenerate you've been. And therefore you can at least understand what the hell you've done, because meth is bad. Meth is not good.
I agree.
Bad. All right. So they just want to make sure that we all understand meth is.
I mean, I'm even in the alcohol meth too.
When you are under the influence of mind and mood altering substances, you do stupid shit. And Destiny did all the stupid shit, all of it. The worst part of it is he ended up, because of all this, he ends up talking to this guy about how he has video of this girl who was at least, or at best, 17 and a half, possibly younger. Nobody's definitively announced her actual age when all this happened. That's a real problem, because he also had video of her in that time. And there's, obviously the rest of it. So the problem is that Destiny gave this information to someone else who said, why the fuck do you still have this? Destiny says, well, I can't destroy it because it's destroying evidence. It's bad. He's like, yeah, but don't do that. So Destiny fucked himself, because now there's no attorney-client privilege, because since Destiny's given this information to somebody else, there's no privilege between him and the attorney. So now the court can literally ask the attorney, did your client say this?
Oh.
And the attorney has to say yes. Huh?
This is not good.
This is not good. Right. This is where I was like, no. Don't.
Well, okay, Grid, let's be real. I mean, we knew something was wrong with this guy when we realized he's sharing his hot wife with other dudes. So
his psycho hot wife, but
I mean, the hot crazy matrix is true.
Well, maybe he was sharing dudes with his hot wife. You don't know.
Well, He did.
Apparently, that may have been the case. So he won. I mean, I'm not going to get it because it's gross. It's gross.
Gross. Oh my gosh. This is gross.
It's so gross, man. It's like, it's fun. It's one thing to joke about it, but it's another to know that there's a podcast out there where things are said that just cannot be unsaid. It's so bad.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, I don't know. If it's true, it's terrible.
Yeah.
And if it's not true, it's terrible that people would make these things up. Like, why are we thinking about
Well, we know it's true. So the problem is that
okay.
we know it's true. The question is there's questions of did he know? When did he know?
Okay.
There's a lot of questions to be answered here, and the biggest question in my mind is when did he start sexting this girl? Because there's a big difference in my mind. I know not legally, but in my mind, there's a big difference between sexting a 15 and 16-year-old girl versus a 17 and a half-year-old girl, right? Like that 6 months between time she's 17, time she turns 18 does not magically make her smarter or whatever. But a year and a half or 2 years that changes the dynamic. So there are questions that need to be answered that we don't have. The law enforcement has. They're investigating him criminally. Like this is a big deal. Like
so even if he didn't know, the law doesn't care if he knew, right?
The law, well, yes, the law does care because it for him to be guilty of it is, and what he has maintained up until this point, he didn't know that she was underage. But now that, I mean, they're going through all of his hard drives. They're going through every text message. They subpoenaed his entire Discord message log, all of it.
Oh Lord.
They've all of his Twitch messages, all the back chats in YouTube, everything, every method of communication that he has, they've subpoenaed. So I mean, they're not playing on this. Like this is, and it's the state of Florida. So, I mean, in the state of Florida, if you can, I believe that you cannot record somebody without their knowledge. $9.99 comes in from Big Weevil. Sorry?
I said I think that's a good rule.
Yeah. $9.99 comes in from the Thumping Weevil, who was just on the show. Thank you for having me on. Absolutely. It was fun. I had a great time.
Thank you for coming on, Thumping Weevil.
They take that shit seriously in Florida.
Good.
And there's all right. So the biggest problem that we have, right? And I'm killing my stream right now. I'm just bleeding viewers, I think, but whatever. The biggest problem we have with this, or that Destiny has, the fact that he put it online and sent it to people.
Yeah.
That is.
Because then that brings it into distribution, right?
Yeah. It changes the law and it changes the involvement because now it's federal. Once it crosses state lines, which it does, if you text someone in California, it's across state lines. It's going to be so bad. It's going to be. I mean, it's incredible. And like everybody's been kind of dancing around it, but this is all bad. Like, I don't know Destiny well enough to know whether he's a good guy, bad guy, whatever. I mean, obviously, politically, we're opposed. And I don't think we'd be friends because he seems like he'd be one of those weird friends that just you couldn't count on. But so I don't think Destiny and I would be friends. But this is so bad. This is so bad. And it's so like it's like, what the fuck are you thinking? Right?
Yeah, you would think these people would be smart enough not to like ruin their lives.
You would think that. But
Especially when he has a bunch of legal tail trying to come after him, right?
Cam says it's a distro of child corn. He'll serve 2/3 of his sentence in Fed, and I guess the other in state. You see people catch 10 years and get out in 1 or 2 on parole all the time. You don't want to do. In state, so he'll do 2/3 of his sentence in Fed. In state, the people only will catch 10 years and get out in 1 or 2, and you don't want to do Fed time, right? I mean, it's so bad. I mean, this is just not going. And plus, now his lawyer's got to be pissed, right? Like he couldn't have talked to his lawyer about this before he did it. Like couldn't have. So anyway, that's the Destiny thing today. And I only kind of, so what brought all this up is Rob released a video this morning, basically that he's only going to say this once about Destiny, and he kind of ran down that, his viewpoint on it. And this, I think, was before, or maybe not before, but it probably wasn't, the entirety of the legal mess was probably not known yet. And then, because I watched that video, YouTube decided that I should watch one by this lawyer. And I've watched videos from that guy before, and this guy lays it out like really like hardcore, like this is what the law says, this is what's going to happen. So, yeah. So it's, I mean, I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I don't know.
Grid, did you see Anson in the chat? He said he's with a special
I'm ignoring
lady.
Anson in chat. I don't want to know about that. That's Destiny stuff over there. What?
Well, no, he said he's with a special lady friend.
I saw that, but then he elaborated, and I was like, yeah. I figured he was, because he was driving. Till I killed Earl. Hi, Anson.
Oh no. But oh gosh.
Oh man.
Yeah, he came up on panel that weekend, and with a shit-eating grin.
Yeah.
With that green background, I was like, I know where you are.
Yeah. We're just friends.
Mm-hmm.
I do not want to hear what. Don't you wish that on me, Ricky Bobby? What's up, Wicked Wally? Hey, it's a chill stream open panel, man. Jump on up. Let's help keep everyone entertained. That's true. Once again, Wick, Counterpoints, Pisco, Brianna Wu, they're all sweeping for Destiny again, saying, "Oh, he's a bad man in public, but in private, he's very nice. You guys just don't understand him. You just don't understand him." Yeah. Yeah. That's funny. All right. So anyway, so your house, you're trying to get your house done. How close is the house to being done?
It was supposed to be finished last May. I don't know.
That's why I said how close, when I didn't say when it was supposed to be done. How close?
I've fired 4 contractors. It's fine. So hopefully by Christmas. Hopefully.
Oh no, you got weather now.
Mm-hmm.
It's so hard to get anything done in the weather.
Oh no.
So
it's dried in. It's dried in. So the work is inside. The work is all inside.
I had a hard time with. So when I did my sunroom, I had like this. I had this one guy who was trying to do it for me. He was acting as a contract. I was acting as general contractor. He was kind of acting as my foreman supervisor guy. And I kind of let everything, I was like, yeah, man, go take it, do it up, whatever. And he just disappeared because I think there wasn't enough money in it anymore for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so we were like almost done. All we needed literally was like the last big job, the drywall was done. And so all it needed was to be sanded and painted and trimmed out. And I tried like 2 weeks to get a hold of this guy, and finally I was like, fuck it, I don't want to deal with this anymore. I literally had this Ukrainian guy, Benjamin. This dude, he came in. What's up, Wicked Wally?
What's up?
This dude came in and painted the entire sunroom in one day. Did a great job. Came back the next day, and I mean, he taped it, masked it, did all of it in a day. He came back the next day and did all of the trim in a day. It's a lot of trim. It's a lot of crown molding and shit like that. And all the base, had to do all the baseboards, all the window openings, all of that. He did all of it, and I was like, "You rock!" So now, actually, we're going to, in my room over the garage, we're going to turn that into my oldest son's new bedroom, and kind of a sitting area for him. Right. So it's a big room. But we never use it. And we actually call it the big room. And we never use it. It's got a huge TV in there. It's got all the video games and shit like that. But I haven't been in there in like almost a year probably. My wife's been up there a few times. My son
I haven't been in the second floor of my house since like before Christmas.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I just don't go up there. So but my 5-year-old, he's ready to move, he's all right. He'll be 5 in November.
He's ready to move out.
He's ready to move up out of the room right across from our room on the main level upstairs, and so he's going to take his older brother's room. He's going to kick him out, and we're going to put him in the
big room.
In the big room we're going to section it into 2 rooms with built-in bookcases, and it's got a cool couch and it's got the huge TV. It's going to be like kind of like the front of it is going to still have the sink and the refrigerator and all that kind of stuff. It's kind of got like a lounge area feel to it, and then it'll be his room will be behind that. And we've actually talked about just making it both of their rooms, right? So we get a bunk bed set up like like we have at the lake house, and they can just kind of take care of each other. So
would he like that? I don't think he would like that.
I don't care if he likes it or not. I want, So
it sounds like an upgrade. So why wouldn't he?
Yeah, I mean, so the and then downstairs we're taking the existing bedroom that my youngest son sleeps in now, and we're going to so that was originally my wife's office, and then we built the sunroom, so her office went there, and that, obviously before that it became the it became it went back to being a bedroom and became my youngest son's room. So we're going to turn that back into like a guest room or something, because we don't have a guest room right now.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Because my parents-in-law live in what should be the guest room. So.
Okay.
Yeah. My shed's not that big. The shed here is 16 by 34, I think. 32 or 34. I forget what it is. I'll have to go look on the purchase order.
You were talking about that guy that did good, like painting your sunroom. I actually had some guys come do some work at my farmhouse this week. I got gutters put on my barn, and it's a 2-story barn. It's like 50 by 50. And it was 2 guys, and they had those gutters finished in like 35 minutes. It was crazy.
Yeah, I like contractors like that hustle and get the money done. Mm-hmm. So I used Benjamin on my rental to prep it, to get ready. And I had people literally tell me it was going to be a week before they could even get to it. It'd be 2 or 3 days. It's a pretty short list of things I needed done. I needed the closet, the previous tenants had messed up a couple of closet doors. No big deal. Just needed to rehang them properly. We had some shelving that I had bought to put in there that never got assembled in the closet. So that needed to be done. There was some minor painting that needed to be done and some other odds, just some minor stuff. And once again, Benjamin came in, and not only did he do everything in the house I asked him to do, he actually fixed the gate, which I had already contracted with somebody else to do. And it was crazy. So I really like that Ukrainian guy. He does not speak English. So he uses he uses an app on his phone to translate what you're saying. And then he can kind of speak a little bit of English, but he doesn't understand it.
Hey, no time for the speaky. Let's work.
Yeah, that's right. I want to talk to you. He doesn't come in. He doesn't come in at 10 times and ask to use the restroom. He doesn't ask about lunch. When it was lunchtime, he just went and had lunch and came back. He didn't ask me, didn't tell me, none of that. So, it was perfect. And so I'm probably gonna have him do the. He's probably going to do my remodeling upstairs. And because we've moved all of the stuff. The only reason I ever did go in the big room was to work out. But the problem is that the floor, because it's a framed floor, it just feels weird like that, right? So
Yeah.
it just feels weird because it I don't know. It just sounds weird. I like working out on concrete or, the earth itself. But
I think some people are wondering why I hired 4 contractors. And it's not because I'm picky. It's because they just literally would not come and do the work. You just can't get them to come do the work.
Mm-hmm. It is actually really, really hard to get people to actually show up. Getting contractors to show up these days is it's harder than you think, and getting them to finish something. The real problem is not necessarily getting them to show up that first week; it's getting them to finish it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and then they're like, "I need a little bit more money."
you know what I do, Kat, and I understand that you don't really. You're at a disadvantage because you don't have a man.
I'm a girl.
You're a girl, and I hate to say it that way, but it is. So what ends up happening is what I do with with contractors. And I've done this for a long time now. Is they don't get paid until the job's done. I'll buy all the materials, no problem. I don't do draws so they can pay their people week by week. But I do have I have a payout schedule, right? So like if they hit their target, they get paid out on the schedule. So let's say that we've got, like the sunroom is going to take like 3 months because concrete's got to be poured. It's got to be leveled. It's got to have, all of the J-hooks put in, or the J-hooks have to be trimmed, and then they put the stud walls up. Frame the roof, get the framing done, then the roof, the roof sheathing on, and so on. So at each step of that, I have, okay, you're going to get paid X amount. If they're late, every day they're late, that's not a weather delay, like literal like typhoon shit. Every day they're late, I deduct $100.
Oh. That's a good deal.
Yeah. So if it's so if they're supposed to get $2,000 for framing out the walls, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now they make $1,900, and if they go 3 days late, $1,700. You stretch that a week. It's and I just write a contract. And if they won't agree with the contract, I just move on. There's a shit ton of people out there that are doing work and doing good work. I have a really high-end remodel guy that I work with. and I he has no problem with the contracts, and he understands, and and I'll negotiate the price with them. They'll tell me, well, it's going to be. I had this Armenian guy tell me it was going to be like $60,000. What it wasn't. It was going to be $80,000. I knew it was going to be $80,000, but I was like, I don't believe your estimate. I need you to explain it to me in a way that I understand. And they were like, they had everything broken down, but it wasn't broken down by, framing's going to be 3 days, 3 guys, and it's cost $2,000, right? Which is the way I want it broken down. I want to see what I'm, all of that. So, you just gotta have good contracts, Kissy Cat.
I know. I'm too nice.
I know you're doing handshake. I can tell right now you're doing handshake deals. They come out, they talk to you. They're like, yeah, I can do the job. And you're like, okay. And you shake their hand and they go off. They come back, they work 2 days, and like, hey, can we get a draw for next, for the week I pay my guys, and you'll cut them a check for $2,000, or they'll ask for cash and you'll give them cash, and then you don't see them for another week. How cool is that?
And then you start like 10 other jobs at the same time, and nothing ever gets finished.
Kat, you would have been one of the homeowners getting visited on that old Adam Carolla show, Catch a Contractor.
Yeah. Right.
I just kept paying I don't know why they stopped showing up. I've paid all the invoices they've sent me.
Right. Yeah, it's weird. I don't understand how people deal with bad contractors anymore. Like, I wouldn't do it.
There's a group of people that want me to join their lawsuit against one of them, but I don't even know.
I had to sue a contractor. But here's the thing. It's only worth suing a contractor if they were a legit contractor and had and they were bonded and insured and everything.
No, this one is.
Then definitely join the lawsuit. Yeah, definitely.
He was actually recommended by the company that bought my logs from.
Mm-hmm. When they're actually licensed, like ultimately a big reason there is a state licensing board is that they are usually responsible for helping you get your money back if a licensed contractor has fleeced you.
Well, then maybe I should do it. He stole huge beams, and it's been terrible.
Oh, yeah, definitely join a lawsuit, get your damages. Inquisitive Archivist, it is a chill stream. It is an open panel ish. So if you want to come on up and
we're talking about construction, right? But we can be derailed. That one's.
I can easily derail any conversation. Don't worry about it. Wally, how's the axe sharpening going?
It's going good.
Yeah. So what?
This patriarchy had other responsibilities this weekend that kept me from debating.
That's okay, man. Yeah, Confluence. I'm gonna. What happens is you pop up in the waiting room and say, "Hey, I'm here," and I do this, and then you get the link, and then you can come up. That's how that works. See how easy that is? It's like magic. Panel shy? You'll stay in chat and cause shenanigans?
Well, Grid and Wally, I am going to pop off. My battery's going to die, and I don't know where my charger's at.
Are you at work?
No.
Okay.
I'm traveling.
Okay. You're traveling. Where are you going?
Just, here and there. Everywhere.
Uh-oh. That sounds like a rendezvous.
No! God.
Are you meeting a man?
No.
Have we vetted this man? Do we know who he is? Have we checked his background?
No. That's not what's going on.
Did you swing by the So, Kat, did you swing by the Continental and say you needed fitting for a dinner party for an unrelated matter?
That's true.
I don't know what that means, Wally. So no.
It means
You didn't watch John Wick 2, and I'm very disappointed in you.
Oh, okay. Okay.
what it means
No.
is it means that you need to stop by your local, person like me and ask to be fitted or ask for a tasting or a fitting, and then get your pocket stabber and your firearm, and then you'll be ready.
And don't forget to tell them to enjoy their party. Grid.
That's right. Enjoy your party. That's right.
An assassin can't, or an alleged assassin can't, disclose their whereabouts. So.
Yeah. I mean, if it's a hot date, Kat, I got to cheer a little bit for you. I think the chat will too.
Get working.
Cam knows what's up.
Get working on that unemployment cap before everybody starts forgetting what the word stands for now.
Okay.
Funny.
Lord.
That's so funny.
Okay, I'm gonna let y'all believe that.
Okay, have fun on your date.
I'm gonna let y'all believe that.
Okay. All right.
All right. Bye.
Okay. Bye, Kat. Hang out in chat.
Can I do a mic test? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
You good?
We can both hear you.
Oh, I'm getting. Oh wait. Oh shit! I have the thing up. That's probably why I'm getting feedback.
Yeah. You got to close. Or you got to mute
end.
You got to mute the main window.
It says it's muted. Test.
Yeah, sounds good on my end.
I think I. Oh no, it's not muted. Holy shit. Okay, no, I'm. God damn it.
Please bear with us, folks. We are experiencing
the whole
technical
thing.
difficulties
Okay,
at this time.
Sorry, I have to troubleshoot this.
Ladies and gentlemen, please bear with us. We are experiencing technical difficulties.
Can someone help me out? I'm like a boomer in heart. Okay,
All right.
I'm hearing every word you say.
I hear you fine. So if you're hearing yourself echo, if you have the
I'm
YouTube,
I'm hearing it back. Yeah.
So yeah, you should, but we don't hear an echo when you're talking.
Right, but how do I stop myself from hearing myself back after I talk?
Oh, so I don't know how you've got your stuff set up, but generally, if you have a YouTube window open and you can hear us through the YouTube window on a delay, like you hear me speak and then you hear me speak again, that's usually because you have a YouTube window open and you need to mute that window. Just go down to YouTube and just hit mute.
Okay, I'm actually retarded. I had you open another tab from when I was watching from before, and so I was double playing. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That was the answer.
Everybody
got
it.
We're good. We're good. I'm sorry for that interruption.
No worries. Ladies and gentlemen, the technical difficulty has been resolved. We now return to our regularly scheduled program in progress. So, Confluence, tell us all about yourself, man. I hadn't seen you around, or maybe I have, and you just had a different name or whatever. So,
yeah, I've kind of been. I have a small YouTube channel. It's got a 1.3K subs. It's very tiny. Nice. I've debated twice on Wick stream. I'm sure you know who Wick is.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we were just talking about Wick.
Okay, yeah. I was on him, and so I've done I've done 2 Wick debates, and then I did your debate yesterday. That's my extent of debating.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I make commentary on whatever videos, and then some political stuff, some spiritual stuff, kind of all over the map, just trying to find my place on YouTube and that. So that's kind of where I'm at. I think I said yesterday I'm center right. I have a week. I mean, I don't know what your mood is, because I came in, you're watching you're talking about contracting. So I don't know if you're down.
Dude,
to, like,
we're a chill stream, man. You can talk about whatever you want. You want to talk about whatever girls. You want to talk about
Well,
degenerate streamers, dude. Whatever, man.
Okay, if I can take you up on that, okay. So I made a video that everybody fucking hated that watched it. Not many people watched it, but the people who did watch it hated it. Okay, and so I watch whatever a lot. That's how I know who you are. That's how I found you. As I
I get that.
Right. So but I feel like I disagree, like with maybe half of like what the male panelists say, and then I disagree with 100% of what the female panelists say. To be clear, but like. I made a video saying that I thought that Andrew Wilson was destroying the whatever podcast, which was like a little clickbaity, but but I honestly think that his influence has been kind of negative. And so I guess you probably disagree on that. So I guess if you're down to talk that out.
Yeah, man, I can talk about it. Wally is also, that's wicked Wally. He has been quite the contributor to whatever as well.
Have you been on whatever?
No, but I've made some epic jokes there via the super.
Yeah, he and I both had our own donation music, and mine's kind of weird now. But anyway, so I think Andrew has been really good for whatever. And I think whatever was really good for Andrew. There have been, I think, some issues, right? Like I think that there have been, definitely, like when Kel went on, whatever, she was all prepared for a debate, and when Andrew's not there, it's not very much. There's not much of a debate. And even when Andrew's there, he's not really debating those women. He's basically just making points, and they're usually the same points over and over again. It's not even like it's new, right? Like it's just the same. It's kind of the same thing. I think that the numbers bear out that that Andrew's been good for. Whatever. But there was it did get to a point, and Andrew, to his credit, he realized that really it was, the show was, he was leaning on, I think he and the show were leaning on each other too much. And that's one of the reasons why he backed down to once a month. And now I don't even think he's doing once a month on whatever. He just goes on when he can fit it in his schedule.
So is that I don't know, maybe this is like inside baseball and you can't say it, but is this like because as a viewer, I've been wondering this because I've seen kind of some tension between him and Brian, and maybe you can't say this publicly, and I totally understand that, but like, has there been some internal tension with like Brian thinking that he's leading the show in a toxic direction or a direction Brian doesn't want to go on, or is this from Andrew's point of view?
No, I don't think there's any of that. I think anything that you see where you might think there's tension between him and Andrew is either for the purpose of the show or just fleeting and doesn't really mean anything. Just dudes being dudes.
I mean, Brian's also a salty guy, so like he seems very like temperamental. I love. Brian,
yeah. Well, I wouldn't say salty. I would say he's just a very. I hate to use the word OCD because it's not really OCD, but he's very, very, very regimented. He's very routine. And so it's very difficult for him to adjust sometimes, which is totally fine. I mean, that's a strength that he has, in my opinion. Now, on Andrew's side, I think Andrew kind of outgrew whatever. I think Andrew used whatever to get the recognition he needed to then go on Piers Morgan, Steven Crowder, Tim Pool, all of these other even larger platforms and platforms that are taking far more seriously. So I think that if anything, I think that Andrew kind of outgrew whatever at some point, and he realized that. And because literally, I was listening to a podcast the other day. It was a rebroadcast of the Ferryman versus Andrew on the Ferryman was basically he doesn't believe in nationalism of any kind really, except maybe ethno nationalism, and he's Canadian, which should explain half of that. But at any rate, the Ferryman initially was trying to talk down to Andrew because you only insult OnlyFans girls. Who cares about your opinion? And of course, so I if anything, I think that he may have hung out on whatever too long, but he probably needed to. From an outsider looking in, because I'm not particularly an insider there. As an outsider looking in, I'm, my estimation would be that it was symbiotic, and I don't believe either one of them were leeching off of the other to any degree. So.
Well, no, because the thing about, and I think what's made Brian more than happy to keep Andrew close to the show is that not only is Andrew's audience very generous to him, they will be very generous to platforms that host him as well. So Brian's going to make some extra fucking money more nights than not when Andrew's on the show.
Yeah, there is that too. Yeah, there's that too.
Okay, Grid.
Because you have a financial component, but undeniably, I would say, I think as far as pulling people into his audience, I think Andrew reached a saturation level with whatever a long damn time ago.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Confluence. What were you going to say? I agree with Wally about that.
I was just going to ask, I guess, I think, okay, so to give my background with it, I started watching, I was originally, this is a bad thing to admit maybe, but I watched a lot of Destiny, which I'm sure you know. We
were just talking about Destiny.
Oh, good, great. And I've kind of tuned out Destiny because of some recent, stuff. Ever since.
Oh yeah, that dude has a really, really high probability of going to federal pound me in the ass prison.
Yeah, he might. Yeah, he has some serious legal troubles. But I tuned out before that. Mm-hmm. Ever since the Trump assassination, the Thomas Crooks thing, where Destiny was making jokes and saying that the firefighter should have died. I don't know how familiar you are with what Destiny said on that, but there was a lot of just stuff that was way too far, and that turned me way the fuck off. But before that, I had seen Destiny on Whatever. That was how I found Whatever, because I was listening to Destiny and I saw him be on Whatever. And that was in my mind, that's the glory days of the Whatever podcast. It felt like there was good dialogue on both sides. It didn't feel toxic. It felt like this is just a fun talk about the patriarchy and the dating culture and all this stuff. And then Andrew gets on, and Andrew was doing well. But I feel like Andrew has kind of made things toxic.
Well, I think you're ignoring the actual component that made it toxic. And actually, Brian and I've talked about this a few times, and I don't think anyone has the solution. So the big problem with Whatever is they can't get normal women on anymore. The time period you're talking about, they were still able to get women from the local colleges to come in. They were still getting just normal women from the local area, and maybe a few would drive in from Vegas every once in a while, and that kind of thing. And they weren't all OF girls, but immediately prior to Andrew coming on and continuing pretty much till current, at least half the people half the guests are going to be OF girls, and they're toxic as fuck. And if they're not OF girls, they're going to be like some seriously fucked up people, like that. What was that? The Beaver guy. What's his name? His girlfriend was an English porn star.
Oh, that one, the one with like were they from the UK?
Yeah, they're from the UK.
Yeah.
And I mean, all of that just that's Bevo. Thank you.
Yeah,
Bevo. Yeah. And so that's what made the show toxic. When Andrew has like normal people there, he will just sit there and have a normal conversation. But when you get these OF girls who are really there farming content, you have to understand that those girls aren't there to have a legit conversation, to actually engage in anything productive. They're there to farm content. Look, Andrew wasn't there when that crazy OF chick brought was it a dead fox or something?
Oh, when she was like snorting cocaine at the end of the show.
Acted like she snorted something off of the table. So Andrew wasn't there.
That's a good episode, though, I will say.
But that's toxic as fuck. You know,
like I guess okay.
He wasn't there. He wasn't there when the OF girl went into the bathroom and literally got high in the bathroom and came out and could barely talk and had like 2 nip slips back to back.
Okay, but
they had to almost destroy the show.
Define, I guess, toxic, because like, I guess what I mean is like, I feel like okay, so I made a video on like Andrew against like Nala Ray, you know, Nala Ray, the one who was like OnlyFans star, right, and then like transitions, and I feel like that interaction that he had, I felt was just like at a certain point, like, you do approach a bit of misogyny, like, but unironically, and like I feel like a bitch saying that, but there's a certain point where I feel like it gets too much, where I feel like we are breaching that like red pill, and we're going in a bad direction. And I don't know if you disagree with me.
I don't understand. I guess I don't understand. Do you somehow think that knowledge should be celebrated?
Not celebrated, but I think the way I don't know how. Okay, so this could be like unfair because I made a video on this. So I like watched this podcast multiple times while I was like clipping shit up and putting into a video, right? So I don't know how much you remember of it or not, but we're in a discussion on like the Trinity, and it's like Nola is obviously a new Christian, and she made like some incorrect statements, but it was like so pedantic. It was so pedantic. It was ridiculous. Like I
don't think it's ridiculous. I think it's accurately pointing out that Nala Ray should not be platforming herself, farming content to make money when she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about.
You don't think it's a bit of a finer distinction, though? Like she eventually, like at the beginning, she said that she at the beginning she said it was a heresy, but then it got down to a discussion of persons, and this is something that I was really critical of, was like Andrew could have said, because you could point to various church councils where they debated. This was a heavily debated topic in church history of like, are Jesus and God and the Holy Spirit, are they persons? Like, what word do we use, right? And I think I can't remember what word she used, but it was like, and Andrew was just like so autistically focused on like, well, no, are they 3 persons or are they not? And to me, that felt
that's a big part of orthodoxy. So when you have a Christian argue, hold on, Andrew would do the same thing to me if he and I were to argue that, and I said that, he would do the same thing to me. I wouldn't, because I'm a Baptist, which is, I'm not going to say superior because I don't believe in superior, but Andrew's an Orthodox, and he's simply giving his political worldview, or not his religious worldview, and his understanding of what that means, and rejecting her saying, well, this is what it is, especially when she's factually incorrect on it. The actual point is, and I think you're missing the point, Nala should never have opened her fucking mouth about it at all. It does nobody any good. And the fact that, and this is actually, so I actually really like Michael Knowles. I really do. I think he's
too.
had really good things to say, but I have not been able to watch him since he did the Nala Ray apology tour. That's all I can call it, right? Because it's literally championing somebody who is, while the argument can be made, and I think successfully made probably, that by championing Nala, it shows that these degenerate girls can be brought back to the light. Okay, fine. You don't need her. You don't physically need her there to do that. And second, she's dumb. And she doesn't make good points. And she's not a good representative. If you're going to pick somebody, pick a good representative.
Well, you're not.
Hell, you can pop up if you want. I sent you the link.
You're not going to find a good representative that was a former OnlyFans champion, right?
I disagree.
And
I think it's good.
And I can make a point
Ooh.
off of that very well, because there was actually a guest that was on whatever before Nala that I find an even more egregious example of some of the problems I have with these people. I don't remember her name, but she was either like some Chinese, Korean, former OnlyFans girl, talked like a Valley girl. And her story was, she sits there with a straight face giving this story that she had a vision mid-filming of in mid-sex scene. She has this vision that tells her to stop. And then what do you see is that, like, the second Andrew drops one F-bomb, she reacts like it's giving her like an oral stroke.
Like PTSD.
You are sucking dick professionally a week ago, and now all of a sudden, like, the very utterance of profanity is like a disease upon your ears, and it's so disingenuous. I do not dispute that people who can live very bad lifestyles can have very big conversions and make dramatic turnarounds in their life. I am not going to reject that they can't. But the people who are saying that they are seriously trying to do so, I think they need to do so quietly, step away from your social media, step away from all that activity, actually focus on what you are claiming, and then be able to demonstrate that you've actually taken it seriously and not just done it for a flash in the pan phase of attention.
But okay, like even from a like a utilitarian point of view, like, again, the girl you're talking to was not a top 10 OnlyFans. Nala was, to my knowledge, like top 10, or at least making.
Yeah. She made like $9 million.
Right.
This was
like
part of the
insane.
problem that this is a problem that everyone had with Nala, right? This is actually the problem everyone had with Nala. Nala made a lot of money, and then she came out. Well, she was going to go Christian because of her boyfriend or whatever, and want to get married and all that. You know, honestly, I think if she had simply said, "Yep, quitting OnlyFans, I'm going to go live in fucking Utah or wherever the hell it was," and just be a Christian, nobody would have had a problem with it. But that's not what she did. What she did is she went to a Hollywood church that will literally baptize anybody, gets baptized publicly on video, live streams that shit. Why would you take that person seriously? Why would Andrew Wilson, who has gone through catechism, and all of these other things, to be a Christian, take anyone that did that seriously without some proof, without some, and I shouldn't say proof because it's not really the right word, but it's very hard to take somebody like that seriously. It really is. And what's up, Kel? How are you?
Oh, I don't know why it's not capturing my video.
Oh, it's
camera.
Kel. It's the girl that called me a bitch yesterday. Oh, Kel, you want
Kel,
smoke?
you're gonna have to be way more calm today. Kel, this is a chill stream, not a skill stream. So just
it's not chill anymore. Okay.
Yeah, it's chill. It better be chill. Anyway, while I could understand what you're saying, if it had been someone that anyone could take seriously.
Okay, but I guess from a util point of view, like, I guess I hear what both of you were saying. I think in like a from her point of view, yeah, like just like be quiet, go down in society, and just like try to like learn theology, learn the Bible, be a good Christian, right? But I could also see it being like, you have a privileged position. You were one of the top 10 OnlyFans people. In some ways, you have not an obligation, but like close to that to, if you feel that you could save people, to do that. If you can like call OnlyFans out, if you can do that, I feel like you have a.
She didn't call OnlyFans out, really. But she didn't do any of that. All she did was draw. All she did was draw attention to herself. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. I'm doing it. She started while she left OnlyFans. She started her own YouTube channel or whatever it is, and kept doing the same thing. It's just all she did was change grift, which I have no shame in the game there. My problem is that so many people were like, well, Andrew's being mean to this person. Well, yeah, he is, because he doesn't believe her. I don't believe her. Do you really believe her?
And it's ultimately a matter of, do you care who is converting and who is denouncing the site more than you care about the sincerity of their redemption? I think.
Well,
I think that was Andrew, and I think that was probably part of the method to why Andrew was going at her in the manner that he was, is because if she was sincere, then I think he cares that she's actually taking it seriously and not just running around a week later after getting some water splashed on her, being told she can now make prescriptions to people on the right about what they should do and how they should live.
But okay, let's be real. Do either of you think that after she stopped OnlyFans, do you actually think, like, I agree, and so I'm kind of in the middle on this. Like, I don't know if she's sincere, and I think there's a bit of...
Okay, let's take sincere out of it.
But let's take it out of it. I agree. But do you actually think she was making more money by grifting on YouTube?
I don't care how much money she made. That's irrelevant to me.
Well, it's not irrelevant
to me.
It's not. It shouldn't be, because what was her motive then? Like, we're talking about sincerity, and if she
I'm hoping her motive was marriage. I mean, I don't care about her motive either. I don't look. I'm not trying to get.
I don't think her motive is.
Hold on, guys. Look, I don't want to get in the mind of a stripper. Okay, I don't want to get. I don't want to go there.
Okay? Me neither, brother.
I just.
You're not there to have thoughts.
I'm just not. There's one thought there. That's it, right? So
they're a thought. They're not paid to have any.
I can't. I don't want to go there. All I can look at is what she's doing. And then I make a very simple decision. Do I take it seriously and care, or do I not take it seriously and not care? And I don't take it seriously and I don't care. And again, I didn't. It's not. And look, this is not my place to approve or disapprove of her salvation. That's between her and God. But that's the problem. It's between her and God, and she was putting it in the public eye. And so when you do that, you will garner people's comments on it. And I don't think Andrew's comments were unfair, and I don't think that they were uncalled for. I think he was actually.
You really
I
don't
think they were good, rational.
You don't think so?
No.
Like, do you know what he said to her?
Yeah, I actually watched it. I didn't think it was that bad.
I mean,
don't think
that could be just a disagreement between us, but like,
sure, that's fine.
There's no need.
People look at things all the time.
About her sucking 10 dicks, I would take advice from somebody. You don't need to say that. You just don't. Like, I'm sorry.
But it's accurate. But it's accurate.
It's not accurate. It's
a way of framing her into exactly what lane do you think you're driving in here, lady? Basically.
Right. So it's holding her. This was my point in the video I made, was that I think a lot of conservatives, I think on the whatever podcast, this is a bit of a black pill maybe, but I think they hate these OnlyFans girls, but they don't actually want them to change. If they change, I think they hate them more.
Okay,
They
well,
want
here's the
to
thing. Hold
I think
on.
they
Hold-
want to
Okay,
change
go ahead.
seriously.
Wait, doesn't Rachel Wilson have like 3 baby daddies? I think they love when they change. If it like seems sincere to them and they're like
Yeah, if it's
properly
real, yeah,
trained.
real change. We're working to make
Wilson
Kel
was on
better.
OnlyFans.
We're working every day to build a better Kel.
Kel, were
I
you on
agree,
OnlyFans?
No, not yet.
No.
I almost
No.
bro,
It could
tell
drop.
me why. Tell me why I was so close to. I was literally like, I shouldn't even say that. I shouldn't even say that.
Yeah. bad.
I contemplated that decision once.
Hell,
and I
we are-
tried to
hell,
devote
we
to
are
grid.
here.
To grid.
Please.
No, not because of me. Because like someone was offering me a contract with a lot of money. Like, and it
fuck
seemed like a
that.
glamorous, fun time.
And
Don't
And
do
grid
it.
was like,
Well, the patriarchy is here to keep you off the pole.
Don't do it.
that's right.
That's
That's right.
me.
Christ.
The patriarchy is saving lives. So look, here's the thing. Again,
It's a joke though. I never
the
actually would.
issue is
for the
not
record.
with what Nala did. It's not with her conversion. It's not with what she did. That's no issue there. I wish her all the success in her marriage and all the success in her newfound faith. I really do wish that. The issue that I have is someone who doesn't know what they're talking about very serious issues like religion. I don't, I barely, and I mean barely, debate religion. And when I do, it's in the most esoteric and like the biggest scope that I can, because I'm not qualified to talk about religion. It's not.
That's how I feel about trans people, but y'all always make fun of me.
You're also not qualified to talk about trans people either, Kel.
Exactly.
But I'm not qualified to talk about religion. I'm not a priest. I'm not a pastor. I'm not a, I have been, I've gone to church my whole life. I've been a member of the same church for over 40 years. However, that doesn't imbue in me a very specialized knowledge of scripture to be able, where I could talk to Wally intelligently and counsel Wally on how he should live his life. And I never do that. When I talk to Kel about bettering her life, I don't throw a bunch of Bible verses at her because I'm not qualified to do that. This is the problem everyone has. This is the thing that you're missing. If she had, which she did not, if she had just said, okay, I'm done with OF, I'm going to go be a Christian, took a couple, went to a real church and not the Hollywood, make a donation, get baptized church. She'd gone to a real church and gotten baptized. If she'd done all of the things that make sense to religious people, everyone would take her much more seriously. And if she just kind of faded away, like you never heard of her again, right? Like, who's Nala Ray? Well, she
That's
disappeared.
a bit of a
I haven't
paradox,
been
though,
watching
right?
since. I've been watching since the beginning, but I'm like, I'm sure you guys have talked about how fucking like there's been the exact same situation with Nala. What's her face? Like that was also on whatever. Like where it's like she went on Charlie
what we're
Kirk or
talking
whatever it was. Yeah, like went to Charlie Kirk to grift and be like, I found God. It's like shut the fuck up. Who gives a
How do
shit?
we?
Yeah, Charlie Kirk told her to go away.
Can we not call this grifting though? Like I think we all acknowledge she was making more money off OnlyFans than she is off of fucking Charlie Kirk and Michael Knowles fucking ad rev, right?
Well, we actually I don't know that, but sure. Even if we grant that, hold on. Well, we don't know that because we don't know how much her management company was taking. We don't know what we don't know what it cost her. Hold on, we don't know what it cost her to live in LA. People make $1 million in LA and starve. I mean, I'm trying to help you out here. I'm trying to help you understand. You keep coming back to, well, she could have just kept being an OF girl and getting pounded and selling her tits online. But no, she was getting older. It's a very competitive market. She knows what's going to happen, and that's it. She got out, and that was fine. It was absolutely fine.
Do you really, I guess, in your heart of hearts, do you think that's the case? Do you think it was actually?
I can't think of any other answer.
You don't think it's okay? I guess.
What do you, all right, hold on. You tell me what you think. You think that Nala woke up one day and said, I am really tired of dicks flying at my mouth. I would really, really, really like to not be a whore.
I think two things can be true at once. Okay, I think that
You muted yourself or something. You kicked your mic cable. I don't know what you did. He's not. Nothing.
No.
He was talking and then he wasn't.
Oh
He got
dear.
too excited. He ripped the mic out.
God cut him off, bro.
Oh, Kel coming in hot.
Hey, see, just to throw this thought in before it gets lost
Show
from
what
where
thought
we
in?
are here.
Where my thoughties at?
I think part of what it is that gets me about these people with Nala is that when you first encounter them, it's like it's always been like, well, this is a brand new thing for them. Like within a month, within 2 months, maybe within a week in some cases, they've all been saved.
Mm-hmm.
Not only do I not take them sincere because I do not think they have in this short amount of time done any thorough amount of study to have a good understanding of the faith they profess belief in, but I don't even think they've taken enough time to do the actual inner reflection on why what they were doing before was actually harmful to them in the first place. All
right, hold on. I'm going to try and help Confluence here. Can say something. Nothing. Did you unplug it? All right. So look, check and make sure it didn't do something weird. Look it down where it says mute, and then there's a tab beside it. Click that. That's going to give you all the settings. Make sure your mic is selected. I don't know if everybody can still hear Kel.
Oh yeah, refresh the tab if anything. I was like struggling a little bit too. Sorry, I forgot my mic was muted. I'm like sometimes when I be struggling, I just refresh the tab.
Kel, everybody
Definitely
heard what you said in the YouTube chat because I couldn't hear you, but they could.
Oh.
Yeah, you may need to refresh and just come back in. Just hit refresh, yeah.
It helps sometimes. But on the contrary to that, where it's like, oh yeah, I think 100% that it's like, what an easy pipeline of money, where it's like, okay, you can literally do the OF thing and then go the Christian girl saved route.
That's exactly what everybody, we were all talking about that. I didn't even know Wally at the time. I didn't even know Wally.
Regardless,
you guys will never a lot of people won't have the same like respect and stuff, of course. Like it does change like the implications, and you can look, and I don't think it's correct, don't get me wrong, that sex workers, male sex workers and female sex workers, once they get out of the industry, they have different like placings in society. Unfortunately, that's just like the reality we live in, because if you have ever watched porn, like women get degraded way more. Like being a male porn star is not the same as being a female porn star. Like the things that, you know what I mean? People go, it's just not the same.
Well, and regardless of how much money may or may not be in the pipeline.
Hold on.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, thank
Let's go.
fucking Christ. Okay.
All right.
But there's
you guys continue. I was cooking, but like, you guys continue.
No. We want to hear you.
Okay, well, in that case, thank you, Kel. I guess what I was asking, Grid 1 is, can't two things be true at the same time? Because I watched Nala on whatever, and I thought, she shouldn't be doing this. She's expressing theology she doesn't have a grasp of. She was expressing heresies. But then I also see Andrew Wilson's response, and I just think if I was in his position, I would be more graceful. I would explain, look, you are a Trinitarian.
Right, hold on.
Don't actually deny that, and
yeah,
I'll explain why. And he didn't do that. Instead, he just hammered fucking down on her. And
okay. So let me ask you a question. Are you a Christian?
Yeah.
Okay. Which type?
Non-denominational, even
non-denominational.
Yeah.
So this is I think the base misunderstanding you're having. In Orthodoxy, doing what Nala is doing is literally heresy, or as close to it as they have.
That's every Protestant under Orthodoxy is heresy. Yes, like literally
No,
every single
they just
Protestant
think
is
they
heretical.
just think Protestants are confused.
Well,
But that's not outright
That's
heresy.
a simpler word for heresy if you think about it, right? Like every Protestant holds heretical views. You wouldn't deny it. I know you said you don't go into theology, so I don't mean to like quiz you on that. But every Eastern Orthodox would say that Protestant theology is heretical by definition. Yes?
I don't know if they'd say it's heretical, but they would say that it's not as valid as theirs. That's that's really what it comes down to when you start sussing it out between.
Can someone define heretical for me, for the layman? What is heretical?
Very like counter to the church's teaching in a way that will
teaching
destroy
is
things.
The exact opposite of what you're supposed to be doing, in a bad way.
Yeah.
So if it says thou shalt not murder and you start Kel's first church of pro-murder, that's heretical.
But it goes to I guess
if you have female pastors, that's
for Kel's
right there. Well, then automatically too, because Kel would be in charge of it. Heretical.
It goes a lot deeper than that. I mean, people have been killed over heresy for small disagreements.
Yeah, right. I'm
right?
not.
So like heresy is like a very broad, and so from the Eastern Orthodox or Catholic point of view, Protestants, they're all heretics. That's just the truth on the ground, right?
Yeah, I have no idea because I'm not an Eastern Orthodox, so I don't know. I know that they're all like well, the problem, that's just Protestant stuff. So I don't know. I'm not really part of an evangelical deal, which is
sure. But
really...
I guess do you agree with what I'm saying about like the two things can be true at once? Like I agree.
No, I don't think they're true. I don't think that they're true at the same time. I think that Nala. Actually Kel, without even I don't know that Kel heard anything about what we're talking about on her own. She came up with this is a great plan for Nala, right? Nala, and we all said this at the time. Nala milked the corn star thing as much as she could, then pop silk, hit the chute, and decided we're going to go Christianity. Yeah. And she gets baptized, and now she's, and there's a lot of money in that too. I just don't. Hey, what's up, Mosman? Come on up if you want to.
Weaponize religion. That's ugly. That's ugly.
So black-pilled, Grid. That's so black-pilled.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Absolutely.
It's reality.
About that?
She was on the Whatever podcast a couple weeks ago, like literally making like the porn face. Like you think she really pivoted to that
okay,
far?
no.
Well, hold on. What about what I said is black pill?
I think because I guess like when women hit like their late 20s, I think the reality is the red pill leaves them like, okay, so an OnlyFans woman, to be clear, the red pill gives them no fucking option to actually change their life, because if they change their life, they're accused of grifting, and if they don't, well, then they're just a whore who just like ages
then
out.
Actually, that's not the same thing true at all times. If she changed her life, nobody accused her of grifting until she literally went on a celebration tour.
Right, but you haven't responded to, I guess, what I said about the util of that. Like, I guess if I
what
was
utility?
Myself,
okay.
Well, okay, I'll explain. If I was in a position of an OnlyFans girl who was in the top 10, I would think if I stopped doing it, I would think I would have a moral obligation to try to coax people out of that lifestyle and to try to teach people that that's not the right way. Even if I wasn't theologically equipped, I would think I would have that moral imperative upon myself to try to affect good change in the world. And wouldn't you guys? Am I crazy in that?
No, I think it's a little too optimistic. I think it's just naive in like practicality. I think that realistically, it's been too short of a time period for it to be like too like it's just a little too optimistic, buddy.
Like I was saying, I don't know if you missed any of it while you were dealing with your audio issues, Confluence. You might have. So I just want to walk through this real quickly. So as far as the utility, so if Nala decides, okay, no more dick sucking for me. I'm going to go get my head dunked in Heresy Church and start a speaking tour next week. So a week later, she's on you go on a speaking tour, having this instant conversion, and then you're getting into these discussions where she could not even really demonstrate competently that she had a good understanding of what she was professing to believe in. So at that point, how could I even believe she actually genuinely understands the harm in what she was doing before? I don't believe she's done the level of inner reflection on all of that she professes she has at that point. Which is why I say, yes, I think someone who converts from that lifestyle can be very useful, but they should focus on doing so quietly first, have that sincere reflective period, and then be able to talk about all of that intelligently.
I don't think I disagree with you.
That's a weak ass argument, but you're correct.
Okay, me and Kel disagree because I actually agree with what you said. But Kel, go ahead.
God, I just can't wait here. No. Sorry, let me let the ladies speak. Okay. Seems a little bit retarded.
Fuck you. Go ahead.
No, fuck you. Go ahead, ladies first. My bad.
No, my retort is it was because of you, because I agree with what Wally said. I actually do agree with that.
Wow.
So
they need to exhibit better change. Well, I think we run into a streamlined issue there where it's like, okay, where do we quantifiably measure the success? I think, of course, maybe time is like a quantifiable measure that we could look at and assist. But I'm like, what? I really don't think that anyone who has commodified their body like that is going to be able to repent and be like a religious figure and a preacher. And I'm sorry, I remember when this might be, and I think this was wrong. This is part of why I left my Christian church. But when I was growing up and we would like audition for like our Christian churches, and you get like a lead role, they were like, if you've ever been incarcerated, if you've ever been, and this is wrong, by the way, I disavow this. If you've ever been in a homosexual relationship, you need to like come to the pastors and let us know, because we don't want you to be like leaders of our church. And I don't think that's a correct thing to do, but I'm just saying there's certain stipulations which a lot of like maybe traditionally religious people are never going to accept her as a martyr for the cause or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it's whether or not that's correct. Don't get me wrong. I fucking believe in women's rights and wrongs. I think that she should be able to be accepted as that. I just don't think she'll ever be accepted as a martyr for the cause, whether she's sincere or not.
I guess that's my issue is I feel like I don't think there's anything Nala can do, at least in any type of public spotlight, that will make people think she's sincere. Like, I think, yeah, like if you want her to like be just like disengaged from like the whole like web space, then sure. But I think like anything she says, I mean, she's not a theologian. She's gonna make mistakes. And I don't. Again, I'm not like a Nala simp. To be very clear, I think Nala said a bunch of fucking heresies. I do actually agree on that point. But I think that like,
I am not
in that position. You have to be anti-porn. If you come from the porn industry, you're going to be anti-porn. Sorry, no. Forgot about the TOS
I'm
stuff.
going to. I'm not. I would not honestly expect someone like that to be any better than the state she was in a month after she quit, and I would not be asking her to. I'm just asking her to not do so in public. Go through that learning phase, go through that studying phase, go through that reflection phase out of the public eye, then come back.
But it's also, someone in my chat said, and this is actually a good counter, is that like someone who just found Jesus. If you believe in Jesus and gatekeep, dumbass motherfuckers are sitting here saying, well, I don't think you've changed in us. I just need to be an arbiter of whether or not you've accepted Jesus.
Well, my point is,
it seems a bit retarded. So I'm like, I do have to give credence to that because, yeah.
I'm not saying she doesn't, I would not even be saying she doesn't intend to sincerely change. I'm just saying if you are claiming to have this conversion, and
no, I know, but
when you
what
get
I said is it's antithetical to the concept of Christianity. Like, who are
no, but Kel, the point is that when in this case we are also talking about someone who is leaving the sex work industry.
Of course, and so, but also, what stipulation do we put? Would God like grade sinners? I don't think He would. And don't get me wrong, I don't even know if I believe in God at this point. However, I know that God hung out with prostitutes. Like,
You probably should. He believes in you.
What I'm
here's the
saying,
thing.
Kel, is, but Kel, the point I'm making, and this was the point that Confluence was agreeing with, is that I'm saying if she's going to be out there professing what she now says she believes in, and when she's pressed on it, she's clearly can't demonstrate that she has any sort of good understanding of
well,
it.
isn't that wait, no. That's a ridiculous stipulation to put on someone. And don't get me wrong, I hate that I'm arguing on behalf.
I'm not putting a I'm not putting a stipulation on her convergence.
No, you're saying
What I am putting a stipulation on is that at that point, when she's demonstrating to me that on this one hand, she doesn't have a good understanding of her.
I never went to Bible school. I never did any of the things that my dad did.
Hell, calm down.
The Holy Spirit is alive, or what? However, when I fucking really started believing in God or whatever, like you can have a moment at a summer camp that just really makes you feel like God is real. So that's like a stipulation where you're like, oh, you need to be more educated before you go out and be like an advocate for Christianity.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. I think you're missing it.
Not educated enough to be in the public eye for Christianity. I also think that's ridiculous. Because you're saying, oh yeah, she should go be more like theologically educated. No, that's ridiculous too.
Hell, my observation was simply this. My observation, if you'd calm down, thank you, is that if she's
going to make the same point, and I'm going to reiterate, but go ahead.
Is that if she is not able to demonstrate that she is gaining some sort of competency on what she professes to believe in, then at that particular time that she's doing that, I also am reluctant to believe that she has done the reflection to even explain why her former lifestyle was harmful in the first place.
Baby, that sounds like a stipulation to me. Like, you don't need to...
It has nothing to do with her faith. It has everything to do with her discussing her previous lifestyle. The two don't have to go one in the other. She could discuss why she thinks the lifestyle is harmful without having to ever talk about finding religion.
But she does.
She understood why.
She does talk about the harms of OnlyFans, right?
What is Christianity?
She's open about that.
Christianity literally says, go tell it on the mountain, sing it everywhere and everywhere. Like, if you found Jesus, and don't get me wrong, I can't believe I'm on this side of the argument right now, okay? But I'm just saying, like, when you grow up in Christianity and stuff, they're like, go tell it on the mountain, tell anyone and everyone you know about Christianity. Like, go spread the good word of Jesus. It doesn't say, go learn all about theology and be a little debate bro before you go fucking talk about Jesus.
No, I'm not asking her to be
my point.
I'm not asking her to be a debate bro.
Like, that's
the Andrew Wilson stuff where I feel like he was quizzing her on like Trinitarianism, and that's the shit that like I don't know if the average Protestant would know to say 3 persons versus like 3 beings and the shit he was like quizzing around. I went to like a seminary, so like I know that shit, but that's not what the average layperson.
Exactly.
He is claiming she is taking on this belief system.
But who are we to judge? That's the point. Who are we to judge?
He's not judging.
Hold on.
He's trying to gain a frame of reference for where she's at and what she currently believes in.
Who the hell is he to do that?
Kel.
Someone who wants to know where she is in her conversion is who he is.
But there was an easier way. Okay, Wally. I feel like I want to talk sense into you. Okay, I feel like just between me and you have to agree there was an easier way. Because me, as someone who knows theology, there was an easier way to get her to understand the correct theology of Trinitarianism, right? There was a way he could have said it that would have instantly negated the whole thing. The whole thing was on an issue of semantics about persons versus whatever she said. It was a trivial point that, again, has been fucked over and discussed in like
why was it a trivial
point?
Hold on. Why was it a trivial point?
It's a trivial point because to say, I think I can't remember what Nala said, but I think Nala said 3 beings, and there was and Andrew was like, well, no, it's 3 persons, and it was, to me, that's like there was councils, as you might know, grid. There was councils that like discussed what the right word was, and they came to the right word of persona in Latin, which ended up in person in English, and like. That's like something that the average person just wouldn't fucking know. So like, do I expect a fucking OnlyFans girl to know that? No. Like but Andrew could have taken a better path than that.
By the same token, I wouldn't expect an OnlyFans girl to be talking about it. So if I remember right, and I'm not, then there's no guarantee I am. This has been a while. It's been a minute since this conversation happened. But my recollection is that she made the statements. Andrew asked her what they meant, and she didn't know. So what that looks like is that she's been coached, that she has been and that she's not saying this from her own place of or position of knowledge. And even if she was, she shouldn't be talking about things that she doesn't understand. That the whole point and we can go round and round and round all night. I don't talk about things I don't understand. And OF girl should I sent it to you, John. It's in your DMs on.
Okay, but like someone in my chat grid, example, like you're not good enough to show your face as a Christian until an arbitrary amount of time that will decide sometime, like something in the future. And also encouragement is the best way to bring people.
Hold on. First of all, slow down and say what your person said in chat so that I understand it.
Yeah. No, they said, so you're not good enough to show your face as a Christian until an arbitrary amount of time that I will decide sometime in the future. So it's also like it brings back to judging, like only God can judge me or whatever the fuck. And also, not to mention that encouragement is the best way to bring people into your religion. Like it's like at the end of the day.
Hold on. Go ahead, Wally.
Kel, I'm not saying there's an appropriate conversion time frame. I don't even believe there's an appropriate grieving period for something either. So what I'm saying is all I am saying is not that there is like this chart that we're looking at depending on how bad the person's been and how long they need to convert. What I'm saying is what she ought to do is treat that with the seriousness it deserves.
Can you guys hear me?
Do that.
Yeah, you're actually a little hot. Let me turn you down.
Do that spend time on study and inner reflection.
I can't hear you guys.
And do that. And then
wait, but who the hell are you to decide that? She should
it's an ought. I'm saying I think this is a good
nobody's
way to
deciding it. Hold on.
I kind of agree with Kel on this point.
He's not saying that he's deciding that.
He's suggesting it heavily, and he's not Jesus.
No, hold on. You've got to understand. I guess John will be back in a second. So, an ought claim is not. If I say, Wally, you ought to do whatever.
But that's an objective.
Wally, you ought to be a better person.
But that's objective, not subjective, and that's you're telling like that's a God thing, and you're not playing God.
But Wally just said ought.
Right, but so who are you to say who's deciding the ought? I would assume God assumes the ought, right? In your like little theoretical like example.
Cal, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Are you theological at all? Do you have any scriptural background?
No.
Did anyone answer my question first?
No,
I'm
no.
not going to engage with questions until someone answers mine. That's not
What
fair.
was your question, Kel?
Well, I just got on here.
Who decides the ought? Who decides the ought?
Well, I'm going to answer that question.
Nobody decides an ought. Nobody decides, and ought is either a moral basis.
But if you say you ought to be a better person, that's objective. But if you say you ought to not talk about God until I decide that you're worthy of talking about God,
hold on. Nobody's saying that actually would be subjective because it would be me making a decision. Nobody has said. Hold on, Kel. You're going out on a limb that doesn't exist.
No.
Nobody said
assertion of what he's saying verbatim. Exactly what he said.
I don't think that's what he said.
Nobody has said that, Kel.
Be reflecting quietly. She should be reflecting quietly about.
I'm saying in general, I think that's how religious conversion is best approached. It should be away from the public eye. You should be studying, reflecting.
You understand that most churches have a method for conversion.
Right, but I'm just saying, who the hell are you to decide like the stipulations?
Well, the churches decide, Kel.
Okay, so here's a couple of things.
All churches are different. That's the difference.
So here's the thing, Cal. So when you said, I want to answer your question, you said who decides the ought. Here's the thing. There are things that the Bible instructs us, if you believe in the Bible, or if you adhere to church authority, like someone like Andrew Wilson does in his church authority, there are things that they would tell you. These things are earmarks of what it means to be a Christian. And one of them is to know the nature of God, at least to the point of being able to identify what you believe God is and whatnot. So there is that aspect. The other thing is this. There's a lot of gatekeeping in Christianity, okay? And I can't judge what who Nala was and what she's done, but there is something about an idea of what your public how you publicly convey yourself and what you do in public, because you can add controversy to something. There's a reason why a lot of churches like mine, even if it was not the guy's fault, if you get a divorce, they have to step down from the ministry. And the reason why is because they don't want that as a stumbling block for somebody coming into the church. Okay, so what maybe Andrew is thinking, and people like Wally are thinking, and I wouldn't think that they're wrong on this, is she should be mindful of that, because it might come off. Now, who's to judge? No one should judge, but she doesn't do herself favors by doing that. So ideally, she would not do that in that way unless she's trying to get attention for it. And if that is the case, then that she's doing it for the wrong reasons.
I agree, but my only point is, who are we to know that? If she's spouting the word of Jesus, she's spouting the word of Jesus. Amen, right? Go tell it on the mountain. So I'm just like, who are we to judge? And like, only God can judge us. That's my only point. I don't disagree.
Actually, no, that's not
disingenuous.
No, Kel, we sit in judgment all the time. That's not, people misinterpret that all the time.
Well, it's disingenuous. I agree. But I'm just saying, who the hell are we to judge? Aren't we justifying her?
I actually agree with Kel on this point.
We judge people all the time.
We do judge all the time, but I actually agree with Kel on this point.
Kel is saying that only God can judge, and that is not true. God sits in ultimate judgment. However, we judge all the time.
Yes.
And the judgment that we're warned against in the Bible is when we make a judgment that is on a prima facie sense. So that would kind of go back to what Kel's kind of saying there for a sec, because that does happen. And that's why, when you look at the 10 Commandments, one of the things is thou shalt not slander. Now, other churches don't do this, but one of the things that I love about Luther's Small Catechism, growing up as a Lutheran being catechized, is it says that not only should we not slander, but we should put the best construction on people. Well, here's the thing. I would like to put the best construction on something about who she is. Okay, fine. But she decided to get in the arena. She decided to have that engagement with Andrew. And he was looking not at her as a person. He was looking at the metrics of what she was saying and judging it to a standard. That's a hard thing to delineate, but that isn't necessarily a judgment. At least it's not the wrong kind of judgment. Now, if he said Nala, with Nala, so a lot of times, and a lot of that judgment we're warned against is amongst brothers and sisters who would look at someone's clothes. So if Andrew said, "Hey," and he did make one comment, but I think he meant it as a joke. I don't always agree with the tactics that Andrew employs, but I try to also give him credit, because here you are with this dissonance, Kel, saying, who are you to judge her while you're judging Andrew supposedly doing something you think is wrong? So just some
No, I think it is disingenuous. I'm just saying I'm playing devil's advocate. I don't think this is the case, but I'm just saying, based on everything I learned growing up in religion, this is my understanding of how God should act. So who the hell are we to sit here and fucking sit down and like condemn judgment and whether like someone's being sincere?
Nobody all right, Kel,
you're wrong. You're wrong on not Kel. Okay.
Yeah, you're absolutely off base here. You're absolutely off base. Why did Kel mute herself? Oh, she's yelling at her chat. Okay, that's fine. Do we still have the humming noise coming from the stream?
Might be my air conditioner. Let me see.
I didn't hear anything. It's clean on mine.
It could possibly be a washer and dryer. on my
Okay,
end
well,
too. I'm trying
background. We've
keep
only
it
got about
muted.
15 minutes left before I turn into a pumpkin. So it's gone. Okay, so it was Wally's AC. All right. So Kel.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So people that it's an interesting thing because a lot of times people say, well, you can't judge people. You shouldn't judge people. You shouldn't judge them by their actions.
I learned in the Bible.
But that's not well. Okay,
You
then
learned
you-
falsely, Kel.
Yeah, then you learned it wrong, and that's why you need to go back to church, Kel. You need some church.
I think I'd burst into flames, Grid.
No, you wouldn't. They would be fine with you. You just need to go back and pick up and come back through the understanding of it. So absolutely, it is okay to, and when we sit in judgment all the time. However, I think I think ultimately the way that Andrew, because Andrew says this all the time, and I don't know, I wouldn't dare speak for Andrew, but I would say that because he says this specific thing all the time, this is kind of where he was most likely coming from. You will know them by their fruits. And
Like the ass? Like the peach emoji? Sorry.
No. So you'll know them by their fruits. When we look at at Nala's fruits, right? When we look at the things that she's done, the things that she had up until that point, what can we look at? We can look at someone who had literally had a life of ultimate sin, and then decided not to.
Orgasm. Lots of girls in America can't relate.
One at a time, please.
She probably
John,
came
go
more than a
ahead.
lot of women ever will, unfortunately.
I said, and she also admitted that she did things not above board and for money, which is where Andrew was kind of like, okay.
Hi, friends.
And you could see in his mind he was working that out, and he was like, I see this and I see this. This comes off as disingenuous to me. And that's not a wrong assessment. There's nothing he's basing that off of that is completely. Now, here's the thing.
I just don't
judging,
know. I'm not
judging. Was he judging her salvation? Was he judging her soul? Was he judging who she was as a Christian? Now, here's the thing. We do know that some will come in the name of Jesus, and they'll come in all shapes, sizes, colors, all creeds, whatever, who will claim to be of his flock, and they won't know him. So it's not just enough to claim that you're a Christian. And I think that was a little bit of what Andrew was getting at, right? Grid?
Yeah, I think so. Because he says that literally all the time when he's talking to people who claim to be reformed or redeemed or to represent. He did the exact same thing. This is something to go back to the original conversation and argument. Andrew did the exact same thing and I can never remember this haggard ass woman's name, but she was a conservative who was like, she claims to be this Republican. She claimed to be this Republican person. She was going to meet Trump like the next couple of days, and Andrew literally just like tore her apart on the stream because
like you tore your wife's.
That is not cool to say, Kel.
Sorry.
Andrew basically, I believe that she was claiming to be a sort of pastor or minister. Obviously, that's in the Bible. It's not allowed. I don't know. Anyway, it was a big thing. She made a whole stream of videos about how Andrew's treatment of her harmed her in some way, whatever, made her cry. I don't know.
Stolen pastor valor.
Sorry.
Stolen pastor valor.
No, Kel, in the Bible, it literally says that women can't be pastors. They can't be leaders in a church. They can't.
They can't have authority and teach in the church. That's what it says.
That's exactly what it says.
And people say, well, it didn't say that in the Old Testament, but if they understood the Old Testament, they would understand why that is, and it's not because of a
Sexism.
issue against women. It's not sexism. It isn't. It isn't.
No, I know. I was like reaching for the word you were reaching for.
Right, but it's not sexism, because if you understand the way they constructed and how their view of how men bear the responsibility of women, right? There's a reason why if you go back in the Old Testament and you look at Ruth, right? Her mother-in-law, Naomi, God instructed them not to go into Moab, not Moab, Utah, not to go into Moab and not to marry Moabites. And so her sons married Moabites and her husband went to Moab. The men all died as a punishment, and they paid for that price. But Naomi was spared from that. And it's because the accountability came to man. And it wasn't about women not being less than or anything like that.
Moab?
Yeah.
That's insane. No, I'm like, I hear you, but also I'm like, the debate bro in me wants to be like, how do we know these weren't just bad examples of women and they never got the chance to like be in power? And then they just like assume that what if they got 16 kills the first time around? And then it's like,
well, it's because God said so.
Well, because we didn't have this little thing called feminism back then.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. So, all right. So, but anyway, to kind of finish out with Confluence's question of, or not question, but his position that he feels like Andrew was out of line about how he treated Nala. I don't believe that he was. I think that if anything, I think he probably went light on her. I certainly don't take Michael Knowles as seriously as I did because of the way that he platformed Nala. And now on the good side, so far, it seems like Nala has kind of settled down. She has, she's been in the public eye a little bit, but it hasn't bitten anyone yet that, because I honestly thought by now this would have blown up in Michael Knowles' face and that Nala would have gone back to OF, left her husband and all of that. That hasn't happened.
The pessimist in you.
It's the realist in me. So I'm just saying, people relapse. People, I'm not a good Christian. I consider myself fallen. I am not. One of the best reasons.
Christian.
Every Christian is a sinner. My only criticism I would have of Andrew is if I think sometimes he wants to dip his toe into the religious commentary and then say, hey, but I'm not a theologian. Part of that is, I think, the fact that Andrew be the first one to tell you that that's probably not his wheelhouse. Like, he's good at logic and arguments and, the politics aspect, right? But I think the other thing is, it's also this kind of, I think it's in my opinion, a cope that a lot of ortho boys get into about not talking about the context of scripture. And it's one of my pet peeves about that. But
it is a real thing. They are not. So also, I mean,
I know. But my point is, if you're going to say, hey, I'm not a religious streamer, and then you go on a podcast and then, again, I think I give him the benefit of the doubt in thinking that he's just asking questions and he's trying to do an interior critique of her claim. But I think he has to be careful because people could clearly see that as him getting into the religious and saying, hey, you said you're not a religious person, but it seems like every time I hear you talk, you're talking religion. So pick one lane and stick in it. And I think that sometimes you have to be careful with that tactic because you could come off as being, and trust me, we've all struggled with it, but
yeah,
that's just,
I mean,
that's just
I personally,
that's just out of love.
Yeah.
That sounds like gatekeeping again to me.
It's not gatekeeping though. It's exactly,
because I'm not telling him not to do anything. I'm saying I don't think this will have the effect or
Right,
this
no,
might
but
not.
if you had formatted it like that from the jump, I wouldn't have like had the same criticism. If it's like, oh, I don't think it's as effective, you can say it's not as effective, but you're saying, oh, I think that you should not do this because it looks a certain way to me. That's literally like how you formatted it the first time. You know what I like? Do you understand? Like,
Maybe.
How is that gatekeeping?
It's
Yeah,
I don't. I still don't.
it's not
gatekeeping.
It's not
Kelly,
gatekeeping.
Okay, I
How
picked the
is it
wrong word. I'm just saying.
gatekeeping?
I'm like you're putting like specific stipulations on like how you think people should engage with like religion.
No, I'm saying I think when it comes to matters of spirituality and saying you are either looking to convert or you're experiencing a conversion, internal reflection, like very careful reflection on yourself, is a better practice than not.
Well, how do you know that they haven't exhibited that? And what I'm saying is that you're
Because
saying
we're not. Hold on, Kel.
thing.
You keep going off on these tangents. You got to stick to what the actual discussion is about.
This is
About a very specific thing where Nala came out and did basically I'm a Christian tour with Michael
I
Knowles.
understand.
Hold on. Making herself, putting herself in the public eye. Nobody asked her about it. Nobody told her to go do it. Well, maybe they did, but nobody that was criticizing her told her to go do it. So she put it out there. Everyone else is now just responding to it and most people were trying to do it in the most limited way they can. I personally don't use religion very often in arguments because, first of all, not everybody believes the same thing I do. Second, even though it is part of my worldview, I can argue without it, so I don't generally need to go to that. And the third reason is because I'm really not qualified. I'm not a theologian, and I just don't do that. Now, Andrew walks a line here because on the one hand, without permission from his church, he can't really get into actually debating religion. He can't debate verses. He can't debate what scripture means. He can't debate context. He can't do any of that. Now, he can ask you and say, what is your worldview? And say, okay. And then he can say, well, my worldview is this. And that's about the extent of it. And that's all he ever does. He doesn't give out verses. He doesn't give out.
Do you agree that's a problem?
No, I don't think it's a problem.
Because I think it is.
Why?
Because I think if you're gonna pause it, I just did a thing on Andrew against Wick on Christian nationalism, and Andrew was unwilling to go into the verses, and I think that
because
was
he can't.
Issue. Yeah,
because he can't.
Like can't. What do you
mean?
Like can't? Do you mean like
he can't?
Can't as in like rationality, or
it is actually forbidden.
It's forbidden in his church.
But then I would say you shouldn't fucking debate religious topics if you can't go into the verses. If you're actually
here's
the thing. Here's the thing.
Don't do a religious debate.
But he wasn't debating religious. He was debating Christian nationalism, good or bad.
Religious debate, is it not?
Why?
It's a political
Christian
prescription.
Nationalism?
Yeah, that's a political prescription. That's not.
It's
and
not
it
just
wasn't
political. It's religio-political, right?
Well, here's the thing, Confluence. It wasn't actually. If you really were watching it, it really wasn't a religious debate until that point in the debate where the person who doesn't actually believe in the Bible in the first place starts quote mining the Bible and spitting quotes to try to turn it into a religious debate. Now, hold on.
This is a very important point that I think Confluence is missing. In Orthodoxy, you are not allowed to interpret verses.
But then
hold on.
Go into those religious
there
debates.
is no arguing over the verses.
Right. That's
there
why.
isn't any.
But
That's
then
why
don't go into Christian
Confluence.
nationalism because by going into Christian nationalism you have to.
Why do I need to do? I don't. We don't.
A better debater.
This is why they
to
have
dive
this
into
little Confluence. This is why they hit this little kind of. I call it this little lever, this little kind of catch-all, so that they can apply all these things. and be religious without being theological, and they call it Christian ethics, right? which
Interesting. That makes sense.
then which to me, I don't think you could advocate Christian nationalism and it be an actual Christian ethic. I think.
Well, if it's forbidden by your church to debate, I didn't know that. So yeah, I'm sorry. I was talking.
It's because, and also it's because you have to understand too. Before Luther, before 1500s, the people of the church, the laity, trusted the church to teach them what the word is. Right? This idea of getting in your Bible and reading it and all that, that's something that didn't happen until after Luther came about. And then, so they won't get into the scripture about that reason. Now, here's the thing. It's a detriment to them, I believe, Confluence, because as someone who subscribes to Sola Scriptura and somebody who believes that the text of the Bible are some of the earliest texts we have on things, and I can give you like 14 quotes from church fathers that tell you to actually rely on scriptures and not on human reasoning. To me, this is where I think this is kind of a cop-out, but it's not something that's specific to Andrew. I was once an inquirer in Orthodoxy 20 years ago. I've heard it all before, but they have that stop. And this is why when they usually stop at the conversation, they'll say, well, who gave you that authority? What, blah, 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 blah. And the reason why is because they can't go beyond that, because to go beyond that, you have to, this is why I say it really comes back down to a matter of faith, which is, do you believe the Holy Spirit gave the scriptures authority? Or do you believe that the God gave the men alone the authority in which they wrote the scripture?
But then
it's a chicken and egg kind of story.
I guess that's my point.
I agree, but
right, I know.
You have to understand
you're
that's
a
baked
Protestant,
into like thousands of.
You get what I'm saying?
Years. I know what you're saying, but that's baked into thousands of years of tradition and history within the Orthodox Church, as well as within Catholics as well.
Right, but it's still a cop out. If you're going to punt to apostolic succession and
having a political argument,
cop out.
Having a political argument about whether a metric, whether Christianity as a whole, not a verse, as a whole, having that discussion, you don't need verses for that, especially not from a non-believer.
No,
now, if John, all right, I'm going to tell you, if John and I were, if John and I were to discuss Christian nationalism, and he said, "Hey, this verse means something, and this is what I think it means," he and I could discuss that. First of all, because we're not Orthodox, but also because we're both practicing Christians to some degree. Okay,
grid.
For a non-believer to throw out a verse and demand a definition of it is absolutely wrong.
No, grid. I
wouldn't respond to it. I don't debate Christianity with non-believers.
I want you to test you on that because I've seen Andrew Wilson debate many feminists, and a feminist will bring up Christian, feminist founders, and he'll quote the feminist founders, and then I feel like there's no world in which Andrew Wilson would dismiss the person if they said, "Oh, well, the feminist founders." Well, I won't talk about that shit because you're not a feminist, so I won't engage in that.
But that's no way Andrew Wilson will agree with that. That's not a religion.
That's fucking cope though, right? It's
that's ideology. No, that's not. Just like I don't entertain cultists. I don't entertain cultists.
Well,
I would say the same thing about cultists.
Cut off at a certain point. Like if feminists truly believe, like let's imagine a hypothetical feminist. It's not a religious stipulation.
This is the true religion. You point me to the feminist Bible, can you? Can you?
Like that's not. Let's say there was. Is it cop out for Mormons or for Muslims to need like a room to pray? Is that a cop out? And they just need to like. No, that's not the same thing, bro.
Yeah, I would want to know what you would do if a feminist said that. If a feminist said a verse,
I would say that's not your fucking religion.
Said, well, I don't agree. I'm not going to engage with that because I'm not going to engage with feminism.
If a practicing Christian feminist gave me a verse and we were talking about, and I was actually involved and engaged in that conversation, I could and probably would give my worldview on that verse, my interpretation of that. However, that would have to be a Christian feminist for me to do that.
But
I
Andrew,
don't argue with cultists.
Andrew Wilson doesn't, is what I'm saying. Andrew Wilson is not a feminist, and when feminist scholars are
Right, he doesn't argue with that. He doesn't argue with them.
No, I'm saying
They
when
don't give
feminist
him.
scholars
Yeah.
are quoting
So
to him, he would argue
here's
with it, and he wouldn't expect that the
here's
others
the thing,
would not
here's-
be able to argue.
Here's the thing, though. For people like Andrew,
I mean, you keep reaching Confluence. I got to be honest with you. I'm sorry, Tom. I hate to interrupt you, buddy. You keep reaching because you seem to have a problem with Andrew personally and not what he's actually doing. What he's actually doing, there's nothing wrong with. I would do the same thing. I think John would have done the same thing. I think if John had, who by the way is a very mild-mannered individual, I think if John had been sitting on that panel, he would have said, Nala, the fuck are you thinking? Probably not use my language. Although I have heard John use rough language before.
I can,
It's rare.
yeah, I can.
It's rare.
That's when the German comes out of me. But
I feel
John
like
will tell you
address
more
my
often
point,
than
though.
John will tell you more
I
often
would
than
ask
not.
you to
He's a
address
man
my
who
point,
watches his
though.
fucking mouth.
well, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. So here's the question, because I think Andrew kind of reminds me a lot of a friend that I have who, on the austere, if he'll say something, and because there's a brutality to it, there's a directness to it, there's a forcefulness even to it, it can rub you the wrong way. And that's why I told Grid just a few minutes ago, I can understand that that puts a bad taste in the mouth. And I don't think people are reaching or are out of completely out of whack to think, why is there? I'm not seeing the consistency here. If he can't say this, but he's going to talk about this. But this is where, and Andrew, this is the first place you'll go with anything. And actually, I am the one person I think he has debated where he did not start the debate with the definitions. He had to
have to start with definitions.
He had to make a whole thing about predator, and because he didn't understand Christian anarchism when I was talking about it, and I think he was just trying to fill out what was going on, and then, but he, like a lot of people like him, would say that, okay, there's things that might be theological, or there might be things that are doctrinal. I leave that to my church, but there are things that are aesthetically baked in to ethics that derive from a Christian worldview. And so he will advocate for that worldview and the morality that he believes is associated with it. And that's why he could say that, and it might seem And so when you go into those kinds of conversations, that's where the definitions are important. And I think one of the things you'll hear him say a lot is he'll talk about the Christian ethic for a reason, because he is talking about, now, I understand what he says and other people say by it, because there's a reality to it. There's a kernel of truth. There is certain moral aspects that we get from a Christian worldview. However, does that make it an orthodox, not big O, but little o, orthodox Christian view? Does that make it an authentic scriptural Christian view? Or is it just some type of morality that's been injected into Christianity, which I often think does happen? And I'll give you an example why. C.S. Lewis talks about this. He says that the word Christian has changed, like the word gentleman. So back in the day, gentleman used to mean, like, we could call Grid a gentleman because he's a man of stature. He's a man of means, right? He has money, he has position, right? He has authority, that kind of thing. A gentleman was somebody who had high status and was looked up to in society because they were well off.
I thought the original use was it being a gentleman, as far as being capable of great violence, but not using it.
No. If you look at gentleman, it has a lot to do.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, it had everything to do with land. Gentleman. And this is why when they would in the theater say gentlemen and ladies, and the reason they would say that is because usually the people who'd go to plays early on were people who had money, because the poor people were watching puppet shows in the street box where there was a Wally doing like
Nickelodeon,
like a Kevin Nash going, whoa, you know. But C.S. Lewis says that same word has been distorted. Now, I believe that there has been a type of morality injected. And this is why I myself shy away from making that a framework in which we go into. However, I understand why Andrew and others do it, and I don't think they're off for doing it, because there are attributes of that reflect that. But that's a nuanced conversation, and that's why, I think I threw him for a few loops, because he asked me questions as like, and I was like, nope. And I don't think he quite knew how to respond. But we both had fun, and that was what mattered.
Incidentally, John, I've got a really good Sith argument for him that I'm keeping under lock and key.
Right. And that's because there are sometimes, and you can see it now. and what Andrew will do, and this is where I think people are actually more mad than anything else with him. Yes, he's a little brisk, okay? His voice can come off, but what he does really well is he sets up a notion, and he lets you, he's almost like a cop interrogating you, where he's like telling you, so where were you at 6 yesterday? I don't know. Why? Well, I'm just asking a question. I'm just curious.
Okay,
I was
John,
at the movie theater.
John,
and you'll answer those questions, and he will trap you in those kinds of things, because
John,
he has a good instinct about the logic of a lot of people.
I gotta interrupt you. Okay, so I guess I feel like I still haven't answered to my point about Andrew will not respond to Wick because Wick is not a believer, so he will not engage with Scripture.
Well, no, there's two things.
Andrew,
no, that's incorrect.
That's what he
actually
said.
Incorrect. No,
that is literally what he said.
No, even two Orthodox sitting together cannot debate Scripture.
Well, that's not what Andrew said, though. Like
that
you
is exactly. He said there was
right, Grid, but that's not what Andrew said in the debate. In the debate
but
with
that
Wick.
but that was just one of the things he said. But he's also correct that there's no that he's not going. He doesn't care what someone. He didn't say he wouldn't debate somebody about it. He said he doesn't care what someone who doesn't believe, a non-believer. He doesn't care about a voice some non-believer picks out of the Bible. He's not going to address it. But that was not a bad response. But the truth is, and he could have just said, "Hey, I'm Orthodoxy. I don't debate Scripture." Even
that
look,
would be fair, but that's
the guy
not what he said.
John's the one that went through. Is it liturgy? I'm not really sure, but John's the one who was in Orthodoxy for a while. My understanding is that even two Orthodox cannot debate Scripture amongst themselves.
Well, it's not even that they won't debate Scripture.
Why not say that? Why not just fucking say
that?
They do say it. Well, that's not what Andrew said to Wick. He said he wouldn't. He wouldn't explain it because Wick wasn't a Christian. But I feel like Andrew doesn't hold that standard. Again, to my example, towards feminism, because if a feminist quoted a founder of feminism, Andrew would obviously engage with that. So obviously,
but that's not God.
Wait, they won't talk to Wick because he's unholy.
So here's the thing. It's not that they won't talk about Scripture. It's, you have to understand that to them, people who are in Andrew's community at church, they believe that without the tradition of the church, without the patriarchal authority, without the apostolic succession and authority, having a Bible is like having a map, but you can't read it right. Or as
I get that. I totally get what you're saying, John. Yeah. But then fucking say that. Then fucking admit that in the debate.
They can't. And the reason why, and I'll tell you what. I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because a lot of them, and I don't know if this is so much Andrew's issue as it is with others, but in the Orthodox sphere, but a lot of them are former Protestants, and they like to rage against that Protestant machine because they find it and they go, ew, yeah, this is not my Protestant church that my mom goes to, where they're all holding hands and playing Kumbaya, my Lord, or, you know, playing some like, you know, Michael W. Smith and calling it whatever. Like they have been completely disillusioned with that kind of notion. So they come in, they find these things, and then they see these claims that are made that are often repeated within the Orthodox sphere, because those are what the kind of the staple answers are. And so what happens is it's a way for them to say, hey, I'm going to debate you, or I'm going to say, hey, I don't care, because until you can answer the question of where you get your authority, I don't have to. And the problem that they don't understand is that that seems cool because it's like it's an easy out, but it doesn't really get into the text. And so if they just said, hey, look, and this is what happens, and I know lots of guys who are in the Orthodox sphere or who are entertaining it, and they'll say, I don't feel comfortable talking about it. And a lot of people will tell you they think that Andrew does. I've talked to people who are Orthodox on YouTube, and they think sometimes he dances that line, but until he gets that line, not for me to deal with because it's not my issue. But the thing is that it becomes a difficult thing when you're injecting all of these things. Now, you have to understand sometimes he might say things, and I wouldn't totally take this, because think about this. Let's take that same example of a feminist. Okay, let's say you had someone that was a former feminist adherent, you know, was very high up in the church and was very reverent in it, and quoted every scripture of the feminist, and then said, well, you know what, I don't like this, or I don't believe this anymore. And I think now the question is, would you get into a debate about that? Well, what you're going to get into the same issue is the same issue with the Bible when you're dealing with people who are atheists, or even in the case of Andrew and other Orthodox, they actually have a similar view like atheists, because again, to them, the Bible is a tool of the church that was written by the men who had the authority to teach. And atheists will say the Bible is just words of men, right? Now, the Orthodox won't go so far as to say it's not God's word, but they don't believe in limiting it to just that. That's their thing.
John,
so
John, if I
becomes a problem though to entertaining in an honest conversation. So you're right. I understand that frustration.
I get it. I feel you, and I understand what you're saying, but like, I feel like there's no passage, there's no biblical text, there's no anything that I would not entertain. And if there was, then I would say that.
But you're not an Orthodox.
Well, right. If I was, I wouldn't do a fucking debate on Christian nationalism. If I can't enter into scripture again, I wouldn't fucking do that debate, because I'm not equipped by my church or whatever.
But why? But the verse has nothing to do with Christian nationalism.
No, but it does though.
No, it does not.
It does. Look, okay, Grid.
How does it do that? How does it do that?
I actually, like, this is going to be a weird discussion, because I actually think Wick's point was bad, but I think
his point was stupid. It was dumb. If I had been Andrew, I would have said, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Exactly.
Why are you talking about it?
But he didn't. And
he did. He said, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You don't even understand scripture because you're a non-believer. Move
eventually,
on.
Like
no, he started with that. He said, this is dumb.
No,
and I'm not going to address it.
No,
he did. That's what he said.
Well, okay. Okay. I feel like.
And Wick kept circling back, and Andrew kept saying, this is stupid.
Grid.
I'm not going to address it.
He said, I'm not going to engage with a non-believer. And then that went back and forth for like fucking 2 hours. And then eventually he mentioned stuff, and he quoted Sola Scriptura, and he gave a terrible definition of it. As a Protestant, it was a fucking piss poor definition of Sola Scriptura, although I understand.
Well, it's because Catholics.
It wasn't good. It wasn't good.
It's because Catholics and Orthodox don't quite understand Sola Scriptura because of the way a lot of evangelicals talk about it. They talk about Solo Scriptura, but not Sola, and there's a difference between the A and the O.
No, I agree with that. I agree. I do agree with that.
Yeah, but Christian nationalism is not a theological debate. It's a political debate.
Well, it's
It's
both,
simply
though,
applying
right?
Christian ethics. It has nothing to do with the Bible verse.
No, okay. This is
That's
where
what
I
Andrew
disagree.
said. Literally, what I just said is
Yeah.
what Andrew said.
Yeah.
Well,
and the problem I have with that
but that's
is
not the
that
case, though, Grid. Right? Like,
How is it not the case?
Well, it's
Show
not
me
the
the
case.
verse where Christian nationalism applies.
Well, look, I'm.
well, it didn't exist back then.
Look, I'm
Right.
not.
Right.
I'm
Yeah,
not,
it doesn't.
I
There's
don't.
no
I
verse
don't
that
know.
applies.
I don't know what side of the debate I fall on.
What part of?
But I guess what my point is that Scripture has to be considered. And Andrew's
Why?
point was that
Why?
Scripture.
Why
didn't
does
have to be
okay?
considered.
Stop. This is
because
insane.
you're
Why
attaching
does
the label
hold
Christian.
on? When we're talking about Christianity in general, Catholicism, non-denominational, Church of Christ, Mormons, all of the Christians. What verse means anything to Christian nationalism? We're talking about an ethical system which is consistent across Christianity applied to nationalism.
Yeah, and
that's the problem. That's the problem because it can't apply. It can't apply.
Well,
But
and
not only
even
that-
and
but not
even
only
to that quote.
let's just
hold
call
on,
it what it is. Let's
one at a
just call it what it is, which is moralist deism culture. Like it's the same thing when people say Thomas Jefferson was a Christian. Okay, I guess you could say because he read a Bible or he like talked about things from the Bible, but Jefferson said, "Hey, I deny the physical resurrection of Jesus Christ. That's all bunk." That to me is a very important thing to a Christian. It's one of our core doctrines is the belief of the physical resurrection of Jesus Christ. So it's not this is my point and what I've always said, which is that we've mutated the word Christian. So to me, when I say, should we have Christian nationalism versus whatever system we have, I would say, well, if we're going to call it Christian, then it has to apply to Christian standards. And the premier way of doing that, in my mind, is by Scripture. And I think Confluence would probably have an agreement to that, maybe, perhaps.
But which Scripture?
Well, this is where contextual reading of the Scripture goes into.
What do you mean, Grid?
Well, because like
How many are okay? Hold on. All right, hold on. This is the problem that we run into. This is why Christian nationalism is not. It has nothing to do with Scripture. It has to do with the ethics base. Even I, as a Baptist, will say that because which Bible are you gonna use? Which books?
What do you fucking mean by that? Like
Okay, so
I don't
the
care.
King
if you
James
use
version.
the
You're going to use the
Protestant
Orthodox
canon.
Bible.
What are you talking
I
about?
don't care if you
This
use
is
the
one of the
Protestant
oldest
canon
things
or if you use
ever.
the Catholic canon. Like, what the fuck? Does
Yeah,
that,
which
what
canon
difference
are you
does it
going to
make?
use?
I
Which
don't.
canon are you
I'll
gonna use?
fucking use either of them. What does that fucking matter?
Well,
Because if you're going to base it in Scripture, which Scripture are you going to use?
I'm willing. I'll concede both. I don't think. I mean,
Well,
you
not
can
both.
pick either
There's more than
one.
two.
There-
It's
there's-
not
Well, and this
I'm
is
a
the-
Protestant,
and this
so
is the problem
I
with
respect
the
the
quote fund.
Deuteronomical text, but like, I'm fine with both. Like, are you gonna what are you gonna quote to me that like is?
I'm not
is
quoting
pertinent?
anything.
Well, and that's
No, I
and this
know, but
is
that's
like
what I
part of the
mean.
problem.
No,
with
it's not
quote-
both. It's Book of Mormon, King Protestant, King James, fucking the
No,
Quran.
it's not Book of Mormon.
Book of
No, you're
Book of
fucking
Mormon.
Quran's not a
convoluted
Christian
things,
book.
Kel. Holy shit.
Kel, the Quran is not a Christian book.
No, and Book of Mormon is not a Bible.
Yeah, the Book of Mormon.
So here's
that's
It's a
something else.
novel.
Okay.
Yeah. Or as when I saw a movie poster grid at the movie theater, because I remember seeing about 2004, they made a movie. My dad and I went to go see it, and they had the trailer for the Book of Mormon, and I said, "Oh, so basically, this is all the fantasy posters or something like that." I think I pissed. There was a Mormon
That's
couple
pretty
there or
good.
something.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So I guess my point is that if you're going to try and tell me that you're going to base Christian
Holy
nationalism
shit.
in Scripture, I don't know which Scripture you're going to use.
Because
Now,
no
you
one's
can-
going to agree on what that Scripture
Right,
is. That's what
exactly.
it's trying to say.
So all you can do is base it on basic Christian ethics.
Where do you get those ethics at?
Well, I'm going to say that what I consider basic Christian ethics are kind of around the Ten Commandments and some of the New Testament.
Which has nothing to do. So then what we're talking about is Christianese, right? It's
Sure.
religious moralism, not necessarily Christianity. And this is the problem I have with Christian nationalism, is that we inject this. So let's just call it what it is, which is probably
I don't care about the
moral
semantics.
deist nationalism. That's what
I don't really care
moral
about the
deist
semantics of it, but to me, Christian, the semant. I mean, I'm always up to semantics, so it kind of fits. But at the end of the day, I think it's just, I think honestly saying that Wick had a point and that Andrew handled that badly. I think Andrew handled it decently well. I would have told
Wick hate in chat. No Wick hate in chat. Okay.
What?
Kel is unmuted addressing her chat.
Oh. Anyway, Marilyn, are you coming up? You're welcome to come up, but I'm going to be wrapping up pretty quickly.
Incidentally, Kel, I'm going to practice.
Also, Glenn Lawrence would be a much better person to have a theological debate with.
Grid, do you not think the scripture at all has an influence on Christian nationalism as a valid point?
I didn't say that it wouldn't have an influence. I said, which scripture are you going to reference?
Okay, well, yeah. No,
Well, can I ask, like, what Christian books are you guys reading from, personally?
The Quran.
Me personally?
I guess, okay, Grid. What do you think of Grid? What do you think of what Andrew quoted with Romans 13? I'll read it right now. Let everyone be subject to the governing authorities, for there's no authority except that which God has established. The authorities that God has established.
Andrew quoted that?
Who rebels against the authorities, who rebelling against what God has instituted, and those who do so will bring judgment onto themselves. So that was brought up in the Wick thing, and I think to me that cuts both ways.
Andrew quoted that, or Wick quoted that?
Yeah. What?
Honestly, I can't. They both talked about it. I can't remember which one.
No, you're misremembering. So Andrew said that nationalism has been a factor even back in Roman times. Wick struggled to get a Roman. I don't even know that he mentioned that verse. I would have to go back and look. But
not
the
Roman
times. The only verse that
Romans verse, not Roman times. The book of
Romans.
No,
I don't think I'll look, but I don't believe he referenced a verse.
I mean, by name, the Holy Roman Empire was nationalistically Christian.
I'm talking about the Book of Romans, okay? I'm not talking about the Roman Empire. I'm talking about literally the
thank
Book
you for
of
that
Romans,
example,
okay?
because that's when the church became. That's when the church stopped being a church and became an empire.
No, it didn't. No, that's also not true. The Book of Romans was concluded by like 90 AD, way before.
No, you're missing confluence. You need to pick up on the debate, dude, because Wally throws these things out, which are great little quips. And he said something like, there's a reason why they call it the Great Roman Holy Empire, right? And I'm saying, yeah, because he was making a point about Christian nationalism and saying, hey, the Holy Roman Empire was a Christian nationalist entity. And I'm like, thank you for making my point, because that's when the church stopped being a church and became an empire.
This has nothing to. If you think this has something to do with the Holy Roman Empire, you are off by multiple centuries.
I'm not. Oh my gosh,
Romans.
Are you
This was finished by like 90 AD.
I just have a question. Are you talking about the Book of Romans?
We're talking about like the Bible. We're not talking about the Holy Roman Empire.
I was responding to Wally. Do you realize you're not the only person on the panel?
No, I understand that, but I mean, someone correct me if I'm
wrong. Well, hold on. I thought I had correct. I'm sorry. I did not hear Andrew reference a verse, any verse. He did not reference a verse.
No, he did. He literally did.
He referenced the Holy Roman Empire, as Wally said.
Literally referenced. I made a video on this, so I had to watch it multiple times. So I understand that. You who have
hello, Marilyn. How are you?
Wouldn't know this, but I know this. He referenced the Book of Romans. He talked about Romans 13.
Okay, so that's the instructs believers to submit the governing authorities of God ordained, pay taxes, give honor to them, and fulfill the law by loving one another. Correct?
Yes, and so my point to I guess conclude it is that cuts both ways, because you could argue that if you're supposed to submit to the empire, then if you were in like Constantine's Roman Empire, you should submit to the Catholic Church. But if you're in fucking the U.S. under Biden, then I guess you should like submit to that because I guess that's the governing authority.
Yeah.
So I think it cuts like both ways. So I think it's a mute point on both directions.
Yeah, I don't think it's really.
Well,
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I
I don't think
it's really obtaining to like a leader per se, like as like what we find as a leader as like United States, like as Biden or as Trump or as, you know, anybody that we have. I think it's just, it all falls down to Jesus Christ himself.
Didn't
In all reality.
Jesus say, give to Caesar what is Caesar's and give to God what is God's?
Mhm.
So there is a separation. If the love of money is the root of all evil, and if you're walking with God, you should be able to love everything in your life. If you can't love money, then it probably shouldn't be in your life.
Yeah. That's why if I ever went to a church and they handed out around a basket to give money, I'm not going to give money, because why am I giving money to a church that is surrounded by money? Why am I putting money in a basket for you?
The whole thing is a ritual. The whole thing is ritual.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
but you know, that's not. But that, and you don't have to go to that church. But Marilyn, I think you do know that there's that two master that you can't. The money issue is not just money; it's also anything that you would make a master, right?
Yeah. But what the whole money thing came in, I think it's from when he said, like, the whole paying taxes, the God ordained.
Right. And if you look what he says honor where honor is due, which is saying, hey, this is a prescriptive way for you to live, which means if you're a person who has the scriptures, you have that holy wisdom in you, you don't need a law to tell you that.
Yeah. Because I think it's not the law, because people are putting the Christianity, people are putting the books in Christianity, and they're putting it into today's society and what government of what democracy, whatever they want to put in. But they forget that the whole Bible was versed out to love and to give to Jesus Christ himself, not to whatever we're living in.
Right. And actually he warns against those things, and he also lets us know that the world, this is why you can't create an authentic, pure, populist Christian society, because it's anathema to the world that's in sin. It's anathema to it.
If you're saying you can't serve two masters, what makes you think God wasn't saying you are the master of yourself, and to go to church would be practicing idolatry and turning God into an idol when God lives within you? Serving two masters would be just what you're doing.
No. Not if you understand.
We're not living two masters. Jesus Christ is King. He is the one that we live for and that we do everything for.
But Jesus said, anyone who does God's will is my mother, sister, and brother.
Yeah,
that's not what he says. That's not what he says, Marilyn.
That's an individual.
Either whatever. Yes, it was. He did say,
no.
It is my brother, sister, and mother. Anyone who does God's will. Yes, he did say that.
Okay, so how do you do God's will?
You are God's will. You are purpose.
No.
Yeah,
It doesn't work that way.
If you are, then that's an individual. That's an individual.
Okay. If you don't know you're God because of God, if you don't think you are God.
Okay, so this Billy Carson crap you're throwing at me, I'm not gonna buy it, okay?
I believe we're all gods because of God. If you don't
I know that you're telling me the Billy Carson thing.
We're not all gods.
I get it.
We're not all gods.
But what makes you say that? You are the very image of God. Jesus said
we are the image of God. We are not God. We are the image of God. We are the image of God.
Wait a minute. Now I remember her. She was the one JS debated on VK. Was it yesterday?
Yeah.
And Elder Lion, we were doing a review of that, and Elder Lion was roasting JS over the debate. It was funny as hell.
John, her and Rob Noor tied me in Grumple's 40-minute time limit. Rob did not make enough money off of that.
I refuted Jay. I refuted Jay Dyer. So I'm telling you, we are all God because of God.
You are not the first crazy woman I've heard on the internet, lady.
To say we're not God is denying God, is denying
No.
purposes.
No,
Yes,
we're
it
not
is.
God though. That's the whole point. Is we are living for God. We are here for God. We are doing everything because of God. But we are not God. I will never say I'm God
But why?
because
Because
I'm not. I'm
I'm not
born in His
God.
image. I'm born in His image. I'm born in His creation, but I am not
You know
God.
what,
I live up
Wally?
to God. I have God in my heart. I have the Holy
She
Spirit in my heart.
probably took it Wally. She probably took it literally when in Ghostbusters they say, Ray, if someone asks you if you're a god, you say yes.
Yeah. Are you God?
Yeah,
John.
John.
God. There's only one God. There can't
We're
be
all a part of the
million
body.
gods.
John, I'm
Right.
gonna demonstrate some patriarchal gatekeeping, and I'm inclined of the 3 women on panel to take the one in the Bullet Club shirt most seriously.
All right.
You'll idolize the word God.
I want to say ZD Den. Good strategy. Get Marilyn up here. I was not aware of this.
Marilyn, you look lovely this evening. Sit with you, Weevil. How are you, ladies?
I'm great. It's good to see girls.
I'm not hating on anybody either. I'm just saying.
No,
like,
I know.
Yeah, no.
A blonde, a brunette, and a redhead walk onto a Christian panel. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I
All right.
have
So-
red hair. You just can't see it. I'm sorry.
And only one of them seems to be Christian.
I'm definitely not Christian.
I'm
Yeah.
definitely Christian,
You're good.
and I believe there's one God, and we are not Him.
We are him. We are co-heirs with Christ.
She takes to Billy Carson like JS does the JLP.
We're co-heirs. We're co-heirs with Christ. We share in his glory.
Anything
We're
we
not-
have it's been given.
We are not Him. We share what He has created.
But you don't understand, in the kingdom of God, you never have to be disloyal to one to prove your loyalty to another. To require that of anyone is control and
Make us
manipulation.
God, though.
It's
That doesn't
basic
make us God.
witchcraft. Truth has no agenda. Truth has no agenda. Any thought that doesn't inspire hope is rooted in a lie.
What does it say? I'm blind.
Any
I'm
kind
sorry.
of
I've come up with a plan to take the word uwu back for the right on YouTube, so it now stands for Universal Women's Unemployment to encourage traditional motherhood.
We got Sarah to
there
say
you
ooh
go.
the other night. We got Sarah to say it the other night.
Yeah.
Ooh.
All right, guys, this has been awesome. This has been just like ridiculously cool. Who dropped?
Thanks for your patience,
No,
Grid.
Oh,
We love you for your patience. Dad
Thanks
won
for
in
having
chat.
me back. I had to situate my kids earlier, so.
I think John dropped. It was weird. He might have had internet problems. He's out in Colorado, so he may have had internet problems. I want to thank everybody for coming up tonight. It's been very good, spirited conversation. Confluence, we're gonna have to revisit some of this. I actually want to go see if Andrew did bring up the Romans thing. Maybe I ducked out of the debate and wasn't paying attention or something. I don't know. I don't remember that. I do remember him talking about Rome was one of the countries under Christian nationalism for sure. I remember him saying that 100%. At any rate, you've all been a pleasure. Even though Marilyn, you took a long time.
I know. I've had to clean them up. I've got another debate coming up, so I had to make sure the house was clean. It's going to get too late. It's already 1:00 in the morning here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you're ahead of me. It's 20 till midnight.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, maybe next.
If it's 1 a.m., are you further out than the East Coast? Because then you're 20 minutes ahead of me.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like 12:40 East Coast.
Yeah, it is.
Yep. 12:40.
East Coast. All right.
Have a great night, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for having me, Grid. Always a
Y'all
pleasure.
too. Thank
Bye,
you.
Kel.
Bye.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me again.
Kel's just gonna run
Work on
off.
please work on your unemployment, Kel.
I think you're ending it just now. Are you going to end it right now?
Well, right now I'm setting up a redirect so people can go hang out somewhere else.
So rude of me. Where's my panel etiquette?
Yeah, where is your panel? I have no idea.
Sorry.
Kel has panel
I'd
etiquette.
love to get on more panels.
We're trying. Look, it's like house training a horse. Okay.
Like some pony skin live inside.
That's what it is. It's okay. This was a really good discussion. I still don't know that we went anywhere. I have to think, Confluence, that you just really kind of like, for whatever reason, Andrew just kind of grates on you. Is Glenn live? Because if Glenn is live, I will 100% send everybody over there.
I don't know who Glenn is, so you might have to like.
Put the link
Angel.
in.
He's gonna put the link. Don't you worry.
I'm still new to all of this. Like I know Kel, you've seen me on Sarah's, and I've seen you on like I just what?
You're superstar. Yes, rising star. Okay, as she will, the Weevil.
I don't know. I'm trying. I'm just trying to get out there. I'm still new to everything, so
Fuck yeah, fire up a stream, bro. Fuck it.
I'm trying, but it's the followers.
How long are you going to be, Glenn?
I'm gonna peace out. I'm sorry. I have terrible panel etiquette, but I'm gonna go. I'm sorry. Love you. XO. Bye.
Thanks, work on your unemployment, please.
I'm not unemployed. I have a job.
Please work on it.
Oh, I need to get unemployed and get pregnant.
Yeah, please find yourself a man who'll unemploy you.
So, I'm sorry.
I
So
got
Kel,
one. I'm just
Kel,
kidding. No, I'm not kidding. I do have one.
calm down a minute. So Confluence, I really feel like that you just have kind of like a Andrew Bad sort of outlook, and you're muted, sir. You're not. We can't hear you. Oh, his mic may have messed up again.
Yeah.
Oh, that's bad timing. Well, I'll give him a minute. I'm in no hurry. I'm just So oh, I thought I heard something. He'll be back.
I'm gonna run. I'm gonna be debating on US. What is it? JS.
If anyone freaking messes me, I'm sorry. I gotta go.
Why
XOXO.
do that when you can? We're gonna. Glenn will be.
Bye. Okay.
Glenn's gonna be continuing this, so you can have fun over there.
There he is.
Bye.
I'm back.
Yeah, you're back.
That was terrible timing. Holy fuck.
Oh, and she left.
I said so many insightful things. Holy shit. And Kel's gone now? Fucking Christ. Her life would have been changed by the shit I said, okay?
Probably.
Fucking changed.
Probably true.
Absolutely. 100%.
It doesn't take a lot to change Kel's life.
It doesn't.
What do you have? Okay, you, Wicked Wally. What do you have in your background there? I have to know.
A lot of different nerdy stuff.
I love nerdy stuff. So I wanted to ask your figures over there in your background, the two that's in the back.
Which ones?
I don't know, just the top and bottom shelves, not the ones on the floor shelf.
Oh,
the wall shelves.
those.
Yeah.
Those ones?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, most of those are like some of those like McFarlane ones. Like I have their Warcraft figures. I have the Space Marine figures for that.
Oh, okay, space. Okay, so you like Warhammer and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Me and my husband like really love Warhammer. Like we have it all over our office. I just got him his
You had to ask that? You had to ask if he was into Warhammer? I mean, fucking hell.
I just have to, I don't know. I just have to make sure. Okay, I'm not too.
I'm just fucking with you, but
okay.
Yeah,
I just got my husband his first Juggernaut. Like I don't know what it's called. Like a Juggernaut, I guess. I don't know.
I play a lot of Warcraft with my fiance. I use her as a tank.
Yeah, I have gotten my husband a lot of what are they called? I can't even remember what they're called. But I've gotten him a lot of figures and, all of this stuff. But I got him this recent one. It's like a Juggernaut. It's like the big, the big guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of those.
I've been miscategorized as a big guy.
Well,
so.
That's not what I mean. I just, nerdy stuff. I love to help my husband with his nerdy stuff, and or it's either Warhammer or Godzilla in our office, so it's kind of both.
I have the Godzilla poster up right there too.
I have 8 Godzilla posters in my bedroom, so in our bedroom. Yeah, it's like
8
Godzilla themed.
8.
8.
That's a lot.
And plus 6 those pop figures. Yeah.
Jesus. Okay.
Yeah,
ZD Den, you know what you did.
I have some of the random Godzilla shit too.
Yeah. See, we both like the old school, like the original. Like our favorite is the 1954 Godzilla, and that's with the posters and the Godzilla's. Like I love them. I love them.
My son loved -1. I thought he would have hated reading the subtitles when we went to actually see it in a theater, but he enjoyed it like just fine. Held his attention the whole time.
Oh man, it was. I think it definitely has to come out with a second one. It has to come out with a sequel. If it doesn't, I'm gonna be mad.
Are they? I think they're actually seriously calling it -2.
That's what I said. Oh my god! I told my husband, I was like, if they don't call it -2, I'm gonna be pissed, because it's just it's perfect.
See, they just did this big 4K re-release of Shin Godzilla, the one that was directed by the Evangelion guy from back in like 2018, I think.
Yeah, I thought I liked Evangelion, but I actually rewatched it, and I'm like, I obviously slept through a lot of this because it sucks. Like, it's bad.
Okay,
the rebuild.
We have to have a debate on that. Good. Are you fucking kidding me?
What?
You think Evangelion?
I like the rebuild movies.
So bad.
The show is a mess. The show became a mess, but I like the rebuild movies, even though the 4th one is like a trip and a half.
Incredible. What are you guys talking about?
It was, let's see, ridiculously predictable.
But aren't they all? Like, if you really think about it, they are.
No. Vampire Princess Me was not predictable at all.
It's a story.
This is why
Stop You're Under Arrest was not predictable at all. If you want actual good anime, go to actual good anime.
Okay.
Evangelions like phoned in. Like,
okay,
it's terrible.
Grid. What about Death Note? Do you like Death Note?
No, I don't remember if I liked it or not. That's
because it's fire, but it's also predictable. But it's still fire despite it being predictable. Okay.
What is it?
You gotta watch that shit again. You gotta let me know.
I'll watch it again.
Look, I'm a bit of a nerd because I'm somebody who said I don't care about any of the glitches. Cyberpunk is the best game I ever played that year because it had a replica of the Akira bike. I cared about nothing else in that game.
Yeah.
But I will say, Shin Godzilla is definitely the scariest Godzilla ever made. It has the scariest Godzilla monster in that movie. The slow-moving, bureaucratic Japanese government. It is unironically the biggest threat Godzilla ever faces, and it's a slow, lumbering monster.
That does sound absolutely terrifying, so I concede.
The movie flat out is Godzilla versus the Japanese parliament.
It is.
That's based, actually.
I don't know.
Hey, did you see where the Japanese are?
Created Godzilla. I think they made the best trilogy of, just these movies and the output that they could do with it. They just did. They did great.
Yeah, I don't know. So did you see where they're having? They're actually passing laws now in Japan about because of their marriage crisis and birth rate. They're actually like there was something in the news. I need to look at it again. But there's something in the news.
They're trying to do the stuff like they're trying
well,
to.
They're about to approve like
sooner.
yeah, they're about to import like 100,000 people from somewhere. I forget where, but yeah, it's
Japan
going
has
to
a
be.
bad birth rate. Okay,
Well, of
second
course
only to
they
like
do.
South Korea.
But
Which
you
is
know
like
the problem with the Japanese culture is like their dating culture is like fucking weird, dude.
yeah,
Because
It is
their
insane.
dating culture is relying on robots and the technology that they have there.
all of
No,
Eastern Asia. I think
it's
is
weirder
fucked.
than that. It's like they have so much, and this would be a great show. Honestly, I should probably do a show on this, but I don't know very many Japanese girls anymore. But it's all like Japanese dudes like act like they're not interested, even if they're interested, and the Japanese girls, like if you like are overt, they're just like shut down. They don't want to talk to you. Like it's a weird dynamic, dating dynamic, which is actually one of the reasons why so many Japanese girls marry Americans when they're stationed there overseas.
Yeah.
And they got into a very bad marital culture as well, because you had a lot of marriages being made between like still with like that very old school, old mentality of like family, business, alliances, and so forth. So you had a lot of people get married off that were just together to have kids. So they'd have a couple of kids, and then in most cases, you end up with a lot of those marriages became like a cold bed situation. And that's when like the marital culture kind of started shifting over time into, it was just kind of expected that at the very least the husband would have affairs outside of the marriage, but with this understanding that you don't get caught, you don't embarrass the family.
Yeah, dude, it's even so. That's more Chinese. The Japanese culture. So there's a culture in Japan where a successful man has a mother of his children, who's generally married to, and will have have someone that basically has sex with all the time, like an escort, hooker, whatever. And then he'll have the woman that he actually loves. There's 3 women involved, and they're all like it's very much at odds. And there was a fellow who was on here who was living in Japan who was telling. I had read about it, and he was saying, "Yeah, that's actually a real thing. Like that's a real thing." In China, there's a culture in the business world where, especially like middle management and higher, they're so concerned about going home early because they don't want their wives to yell at them. So even if they're done at work at 5 or 6 o'clock, they'll go to the bar and stay to the bar till midnight. And when they're going to bars, they're going to hostess bars. They're not going to get drunk. They're going to just sit there and watch women dance around instead of going home to their wives because they're afraid their wives are going to be mad at them because they're not at work. Isn't that fucked up? That is some fucked up shit right there.
Fucked up. And that's not just coming from a woman. Like if a woman did that, that'd be fucked up still.
It's pretty awesome. All right, I'm going to send you over to Glenn's. Hopefully he's fired up. If not, wait in his waiting area. Play nicely. As always, kids, it was awesome. Good show. Be cool. Wear glasses if you need them. And go stand on Glenn's lawn. Get off mine. Go away. See you.